And you're still defending him, being like, no, 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 he wasn't gonna do this though. He didn't plan on doing this. Like, why? Just fucking own it. Just own it and say, yeah, he did this, he's sorry. It's so weird that you're trying to play both sides of that. Red didn't lie about anyone he talked to Nano about, not Spite, not Silver, not Bao, not Shylily. Even if some things he said could have been wrong, everything he said to her was based on his own opinions, experiences, observations, and what he genuinely believed to be true. How are we to know that? We know you've intentionally lied about what you know. You've admitted to such, you know, as much. You've admitted to as much earlier in the document. I think you and Red both admitted to as much earlier. So we can't trust the statement. We can't trust that you were just, this is just what you believed. You weren't trying to lie. This is what you believed. The way you talk to a friend, yada, yada, he did not maliciously lie to anyone. Yeah, okay. I don't believe you. I want to share what I've endured over years. Endure over years in this section. What? You've seen what Nano had to endure. Yeah, we've seen it. Great statement. Okay. Why say this? Yeah. I wasn't sure if what I felt and experienced working was real or just burnout. This is the only time burnout is mentioned. Yeah, no shit. You're so fucking stupid. Yeah, no shit. The burnout was a PR lie. Yes, the burnout was a PR lie, so they didn't have to give you the real reason why they were separating from you. Yeah, no shit. Don't act like you're a fucking genius because you figured that out. It's obvious to anyone with a fucking brain. The last time she implied feeling burnt out, yeah, was way back when. Right. Well, I guess it wasn't actually that far back, but it was September. All this really does is say, oh, she felt burnt out, then it seems likely she's a person that often experiences burnout. So, okay, so why is it so surprising that maybe that could have been a realistic reason given? Doesn't mean it is the reason, but even it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter the reason she chose to have this manager person give you. Like, it doesn't matter what reason this PR person gave you for standing between you and Nano. It doesn't matter. It doesn't actually affect anything. I think this proves that I was lied to and manipulated over the course of years while working with Sinder. This is an interesting thing to say, knowing the full context. So is this really just going to be like, we're going to go through all of Nano's document line by line, and after every line we're going to be like, that's not true. No, that's not true. That's interesting. No, that's not true. Is that really what we're doing here? That's fucking annoying and pathetic. Come on now. You really, this is petty at this point. This was an assumption made to pin all the blame on Red. Wait, to blame for Red's words and actions on me. And there was no way Nano or anyone could definitively say that in every single instance this was the case. It's not true. The only evidence shown to argue the case, who cares? Whether it was Red, you or both, you both are fucking, you guys are a team. Okay? You guys are a team. It's rational to assume if a manager does something that the client probably is aware to some degree. Oh, okay. So remember earlier I was speculating that Nano was not English first language. Well, she outright says, English not being my first language and the language barrier, I discussed the situation, my feelings and thoughts with native English speakers who helped me put them into words so everything is clear without any misunderstandings due to the lack of English skills. Yeah. So that's another point towards, like, this person doesn't speak English as a first language. He has business dealings with your manager who is trying his best to manipulate shit, and she's not picking up on everything. She thinks everything's fine because she's not picking up the subtleties. Even though fucking Red wasn't exactly subtle, but he did pussyfoot around his manipulation tactics. He's like, I didn't directly state this, but I made it pretty clear. And from her perspective, when he says, man, I wish he could only work on, like, Cinder stuff. Man, if only these other people weren't, didn't have commissions here. He's not directly stating it, but from another perspective, from an outside English perspective, well, okay, why is that sentence there? So I'm going to translate the sentence. It says, I wish, in my language or whatever, it says, I wish you didn't have to work on stuff that wasn't Cinder. That sounds an awful lot like, you're expressing a desire. You might be almost saying, hey, I'm a manager. You're kind of like my underling in a sense. You're working for me. I want this. What happens when you work for a manager and the manager says, I want this? That kind of turns into almost like a command. If your manager says, I want this paper by Friday, that kind of turns into a command, doesn't it? Says, hey, there's your deadline. Anyway. This is an excuse. It's an excuse. She doesn't speak English perfectly, so this is an excuse as to why it's not written like Dana would, and evidence that she did not write or put it herself. Yeah, her document states as such. Oh my god, you're acting like it's a fucking... You're acting like it's groundbreaking that she collaborated for this. Even though her document states it, literally. That she worked with English speakers and others. This is not a new revelation. Below you'll see that what's presented first in Nano's document is what happened regarding Bao. Not by talking about herself, or the alleged abuse she experienced, or what happened first. Okay, so what? Nano's on record saying she doesn't care about Bao. So it's puzzling she chose this herself. You don't have to care about a person to be like, this person was unjustly, like, lost their model. You don't have to care about that person. And before breaking down this section about Bao, I also need to point out problem with the presentation of her model cancellation in Nano's document. Bao's model was canceled once. Yada yada. Okay. I'm losing patience very fast here. It misleads. Okay. Was it canceled or not? Was Bao's model canceled or not? Were you standing to benefit from that? Yeah. So, yes, you stood to benefit. Yes, the model was canceled. And yes, your manager was in the artist's DMs expressing desire for the artist to have more time working on Sinder stuff. All of these things coincided. You're trying to mislead it, or mislead us, into thinking, you know, it's not quite that case. Nowhere in the screenshots presented does Red say to Nano that anything would be all in our best interest. Red has never said anything like this to Nano. Well, let's see. I will start with screenshots showing them speaking ill of other creators, spreading rumors while manipulating me, that it's all in our best interest. You did say it was like, okay, yeah, okay, this is another thing where it's like, we didn't say these exact words. We didn't say these exact words, so we didn't express that, you know, we couldn't possibly have expressed that concept because we didn't use those exact words. Yeah, fuck off. You're not like this linguist, master, fucking deceptor, you know, deceiver. Come on now. He also complained and accused Bao of giving their editor too much work, resulting in the editor not having any time for new clients, which will be important later on. I say, okay. Red did not make this claim against Bao. They complain and accuse Bao of giving their editor too much. You did say, I do remember something like that. I do remember something like that. In the endless context from like fucking days ago that I had to read, you know, I remember something along those lines. So I'm just gonna say I don't believe you. Oh well, here, okay, this is what he said, and I don't mean taken like he doesn't work with us anymore. He does, but he has to dedicate time for her now, and sometimes that gets in the way of our project. That's expressing, you know, discontent that her having work that's not Sinder gets in the way of Sinder work. It's pretty fucking cut and dry there, is it not? This couldn't have been confused with Bao's editor, not only because she specified she was talking with... Who are you to say this couldn't have been confused? Who are you to say this couldn't have been confused? Come on now. Not only because she specified she was talking about our editor in what was written, but because Red's DMs specify our editor and her editor are different people in the same sentence that's shown next. You're talking with someone who doesn't speak English, like, perfectly. This is easily something that could be confused. Come on now. Look, they were speaking to us about multiple people, therefore this English second language couldn't possibly have mixed up people they were talking about. Okay. The screenshots below show them showing their affection and appreciation, immediately followed by spreading rumors and lies to make other clients appear problematic to manipulate any future decisions regarding... You cannot pretend you did not make other clients appear problematic. You kept saying, I don't know, Silver. You know, she keeps being, like, not cool to us. I rated her, and she didn't say anything. It's off-putting. Shylily, I rated her twice, and she didn't say anything. It's pretty off. She was like, she had an off-put response. You did these things. This is clear attempts to manipulation or show. You're clearly showing these people as doing something against you. You're like, look at this. Look at them do something bad against me. I try and help them. I raid them. I get no respect. But okay, here's a direct claim of manipulation by Nano. Here's a direct claim. Okay. This is still true. Maybe I'm not like, if I humor you and say this is you're right, this isn't manipulation. This statement is still true overall though. It's still true. So here's a direct claim with screenshotted evidence presented. However, when you have full context, it changes nothing. You can see the affection and appreciation Red showed was in response to Nano's own messages that were purposely cut from the document. Why weren't these messages shown? It doesn't change anything. This is like saying the fucking groomed child was very enthusiastic about doing what they were groomed to. Okay. Next are the 3 screenshots from January 2025, presented in our document. As you saw in Nano's section, this was not the beginning of Red's conversation with Nano about their exclusivity deal, but this is where it was chosen to start. Okay. These messages have been purposely manipulated to remove context. The messages are manipulated now? So it's like everything and everyone has been manipulated except for Nano. Nano did it all herself. Nano wasn't manipulated, no. Red and Sinder didn't manipulate anyone, no. But every single person and even every inanimate thing has been manipulated though. Alright. So I've added back what's missing in their messages between the images, highlighted with the white border. I've done so for the rest of the document too. I've also dated each non-sequential screenshot Nano presented in Eastern, like they're dated in Red screenshots to show when each thing happened, chronologically, or the chronology. Why can't I speak? The chronology of events was disregarded in her document to push its narrative. I don't think the chronology didn't really change anything. Having things be an hour forward or an hour back doesn't fucking change anything. If it's an hour forward or an hour back, that didn't affect anything. That seemed to be what you were hinging on earlier about, oh my god, it's in a different time zone. I've also labeled the difference in time in the screenshots compared to Eastern due to the time zone discrepancy I talked about. So, okay. The first image shown in Nano's document has Red's message about Cotton edited out. That is bizarre, I'll agree. I don't know why it's edited out, but again, it doesn't really change much. Having no relationship with Cotton and would have no... Wait. Nano having no relationship with Cotton would have no reason to do this herself. This message was included in the screenshot in Bao's document. Nano said, I don't really care about Bao and Cotton. Okay. So what do you speculate is the reason that it's not included, though? What is your speculative reason? It's shown 2 hours ahead! Oh my god! Who cares? Yeah, these are the screenshots we already saw. I'm glad I can start skipping a lot of screenshots here, because it's all shit we've already seen. What is presented next is a screenshot from over 5 months prior, in August of 2024, when Bao's model was canceled for the first time. Oh, so you're saying that what? Nano's document had this stuff from 2025, then it skips to 2024? The chronology here, I guess? It showed 1 hour ahead. Red asked me to cancel one of our closest friends, Bao, by asking me to cancel my work mid-progress, manipulating me into thinking it's okay since she has many connections. Yeah, he did say that. He said, let's find her a new mom. Let's find her a new model mama, or whatever the fuck he said. It'll be fine anyway, so you wouldn't need to feel guilty about it or worry too much. It was and is upsetting to me that Red contacted me, specifically to check on me, canceling the model I had planned with Bao. Yeah, and you're gonna say, he didn't check on you to cancel? No. He just coincidentally came in and said, hey, what's going on with Bao? Red asked me to cancel one of my closest friends, Bao, by asking me to cancel my work mid-progress. Nano's document never shows where Red asked Nano to cancel Bao's model because it didn't happen. It did happen though. Your context showed it. Okay, well, actually, hold on. This is another situation where like Red didn't explicitly ask. They're gonna say Red didn't explicitly ask Nano to cancel Bao. He just kind of went around. He went around saying, "Man, if only you could cancel stuff. Man, looks like you're pretty busy. Man, if only that schedule had less stuff on it." And Bao was on it, right? Right? You're not that clever. You're not that clever. Bao's model was canceled, but he did not ask her to do it. Yeah, not explicitly. Not in August of 2024 or in January 2025. In the instance last year shown above in Nano's document, she was the one to bring up and consider cancel. Why? Okay, yeah. And in the context, she'd been talking to Red for a long fucking time. And he kept asking her about her schedule. And kept saying, man, I wish you could meet the deadline for Sinder. Can you work? I wish you could work on this. What do you got going on? All Red did was reassure her. No, that's not all he did. You are fucking minimizing it? I don't know. You are lying, is what I'll say. Plus, about a week before it was canceled, Nano told Red about Bao's model. I like how like there was so much fucking context, and now it's like, all right, we're gonna take a single statement out, just a single statement. We're gonna remove context. We had all this context earlier. Now we're gonna remove context. Cool. A week before it was canceled, Nano told Red that Bao's model hadn't even been started. How could it have been canceled mid-progress? A week before it was canceled, she said it wasn't started. How could it be canceled mid-progress? Because she could have made progress in a fucking week, you moron. You could have made a lot of progress in a week. Do you not understand how time works? Even though Nano's document only presents Bao's model being canceled once, and the evidence shown above was from August 2024, let's assume that Bao's model was canceled mid-progress in January 2025. Well, in January, Nano told Red Bao's model... Oh, told Red Bao's model was on her list. Yeah. As in on her commission list, not mid-progress. Are you sure? You're making an assumption here. This is an assumption. Or speculation. I do not believe Nano would cancel a project if she had any significant amount of work invested. Okay, so this is I do not believe. This is I do not believe. This is also speculation. Is this segment speculation? I'm guessing no, right? No, it's not. This title here is not listed as speculation. So yeah, that's speculation. Where did I lost my place already. Let's scroll down. All right. So, I do not believe, yeah. Okay, I don't care about what you believe. I don't care about what you believe or don't believe. Like, it's about what you did. Red did not ask her to cancel Bao's model in January either. Nano offered and agreed to do it. Yeah, he did not, basically it's another part where Red did not explicitly ask her to cancel. He just kind of coerced and enticed and said, hey, wouldn't it be great? Wouldn't this be good? I need this. Because it would give more time for Sinder. But he didn't explicitly ask her to cancel. The document could only show Bao's model being canceled in August because it couldn't show anything about it in January without implicating Nano herself. That's a stretch. The narrative that Nano was a victim would fall apart because she gladly, willingly offered and agreed to deal where she benefited at Bao's expense. In addition, it was easy for her to offer to cancel her model again because of the fact that it was not mid-progress. Again, this is speculation. This is all speculation. Bullshit and speculation. Like, you guys, like, Red pussyfooted around saying, hey, cancel this shit. She canceled the shit. And then you're like, well, she said a week ago she hadn't started, but then she canceled it a week later. How could she be mid-progress? Alright. Alright. It was upsetting to me that Red contacted me specifically to check on me canceling. She's gonna be like, he didn't ask specifically about Bao. Right? Yep, it's right there. Her document also doesn't show where Red supposedly contacted Nano specifically to check on her canceling the model she had planned with Bao. Because it doesn't exist. I like how you're, again, because I saw the context earlier. We had the context earlier. Now everything's removed from context. Why is this now? Why is this pivotal breakdown missing context? Why? Why is the pivotal breakdown missing context? The earlier shit, like the fucking endless shit you were going through earlier, all kinds of context. Now that you're in the breakdown, you're just skipping shit. I remember because Red asked, "What are you working on?" Many times, when he shouldn't have. He shouldn't be asking this. He shouldn't be getting an answer for this. And then she gives him the schedule, and then she's like, "Oh, Bao's on there." And she's like, "Man, if it's a lot of stuff." And he's like, "Man, you could cancel some stuff." He says, knowing Bao's on there. "What about Bao?" he asks. He does ask about Bao specifically at some point. I can imagine how upsetting, quote unquote, this all must have been for her, considering she was the one who brought up canceling Bao's model in the first place in August. What was the context around that, though? She brought up canceling Bao. Why did she bring up canceling Bao? What was being said to her by Red at that time? Even tell her she didn't think she could finish the model in January. Was the one who offered. And wait. And in January was the one who offered. Okay. In exchange for paying for her own model rigging. Okay. If she was manipulated, guess what? That's far into the manipulation, no? No? I like this just cutting out just I don't really care about Bao alone. This extremely out of context. Damn. Because I'm assuming what she meant, because I think we saw it earlier, it was I don't really care about Bao in the context of making models and stuff. Like, nah, I don't really care, you know, if I have to cancel, I'll cancel her. But then it's like, oh shit, she doesn't even care about the person. I don't really care about the person, Bao, is how this is presented. Exclusivity and blacklisting other creators. In the messages below, they mentioned wanting an exclusivity contract, but they didn't want to pay for exclusivity, but rather when a creator from their blacklist comes asking for a commission, they would guarantee me model work for Sinder only, and if anyone asked me for commissions, they'd commission me instead to compensate for not working with the other creators. This felt strange, given that one of the accusations they made was overworking their editor, yet the solution to me working with other creators was for them to essentially overwork me to keep me from working on other projects. I mean, I would admit this is weirdly phrased, because their solution was that we want you to be exclusive, and we will replace, you know, if you need the money, if you, instead of you commissioning someone else, we'll give you work to work on. That was more like if you need it, if you want it, if you need it, if we understand being exclusive sounds like you might not get as much work, but if you need work, we'll give you work, is essentially what I think. You know, I'm not trying to side with Sinder here, but that's kind of what the impression I got. Granted, again, keep in mind this person may have interpreted it incorrectly based on reading what was, like, at the time they were told this, and maybe their English wasn't very good. Anyway, they mentioned wanting an exclusivity contract, but they didn't want to pay for exclusivity. Neither Red or I had a problem with paying Nano for model exclusivity, which was shown on our video with our video editor, artist number 1 and artist number 2, but will be shown in Silvervale's section. Okay. Yeah, you offered exclusivity to someone else for money, right? Okay. Nano said, well, there was the time I remember where it was like, there was a screenshot earlier where I remember it was like, oh, canceling all the stuff we're mid-work, or, you know, canceling all these other commissions, and if you were to replace it, that would all amount to somewhere around like $40,000. And Red's like, oh, no, I can't do that. I wasn't thinking, and then he goes down, he doesn't outright say that. Of course, he doesn't ever outright say anything directly. What he said instead was like, oh, well, then I don't know if we can do this exactly, but like maybe we can do this. Like if we did this, and this is maybe a better work. You know, is how he put it. But I remember at the time I was like, Which boils down to he doesn't want to spend 40K. He probably wants to spend more like 10K for exclusivity. Which can be interpreted as, oh, he didn't want to pay for the true cost of exclusivity. But okay, so this is a fucking misunderstanding shit. I'm not reading that. Alright. Rather, when a creator from their blacklist comes asking for a commission, they would guarantee... Okay, so Red told Nano that if Silvervale asked for art, we would replace that work with our own project. Yeah. He did not specify model work or say anything about Cinder only. What? Yeah, you did! That was the implication. We could do it like when Silver asks for art, you just tell her no. And then tell us to buy another art piece. He did not specify any model work or say anything about Cinder only. What? It must not have felt very strange to Nano at the time because she said to herself it'd do be fair. So wait, this screenshot directly fucking, like you say. Well, okay, yeah. So Red told her that if Silvervale asked for art, we'd replace that work with our own project. Yeah. So she says, when a creator from their blacklist, such as Silver, comes asking for a commission, they would guarantee me model work for Cinder only. So this is a needless... This is you arguing that we didn't say Silver or Cinder only. That's a needless fucking hair to split. Like, why? That's the part you're going to have a problem with? So, okay, sure. Not Cinder only. You could have brought her work from some other person you know. She could work with people who are not on the blacklist. Yeah, no shit. But still, it still essentially paints the same picture of what this statement says. If Silver, someone on the blacklist, comes asking for commission, asks for art, you tell her no, and then tell us to buy another art piece. And they would guarantee model work for Cinder only. It's the only part that you seem to have an issue with, which is an odd thing to take issue with. But I guess if we're talking exclusivity, it's kind of important. But in this case, it's not. Because yeah, if you're saying don't work with these people, and if they ask for work, we'll replace it with something. We'll replace it with a job. It's natural to assume that job is going to be something Cinder related, because you're talking to fucking Cinder's manager. This is only in regards to Silver, and like Red says above, never once did he suggest it applied to anyone else who'd ask for commission. It says blacklisted. Blacklist. Silver was in the blacklist. What are you fucking talking about? Yeah, blacklist. Yeah, no shit. Even this doesn't say that she can't work with others. She's saying if someone from the blacklist asks for commission, they would guarantee work from Cinder. Like, you're not even... Did you even read the point? One of the accusations they made was overworking their editor. As you saw, there was never an accusation Red made about Bao. I can't say whether it is or not. I'd have to read through all the fucking passages again, all the context to see, is this... Did he vaguely allude, like he loves to fucking vaguely allude to everything he talks about? Earlier in the document, I feel like this is going to be another case where Red didn't say it explicitly, therefore it didn't happen. Earlier in the document, it said that this baseless claim about overworking our editor would be important later on, so it could support another baseless claim presented here. That's speculative. And I don't mean taken like he doesn't work with us anymore. He does, but he has to dedicate time for her now. Sometimes it gets in the way of our projects. Yeah. Yeah. Yet their solution, quote unquote, was to me working with other creators was for them to essentially overwork me. This is part where I think it's just a miscommunication. I.e., their solution was to replace all projects with their projects. So that doesn't actually cause her to not be overworked. If she's overworked, and you're like, all right, we want you to only work with us. If for some reason she's seeing this as a solution to being overworked, and you're just going to replace every project with your own project, yeah, obviously that doesn't solve being overworked. So that is a weird thing. I think she misunderstood. This is everything we commissioned from Nano in the past year. Nano willingly, excitedly accepted. Okay, yada, yada, yada. Yeah, okay. I don't care. This argument that we were overworking her purposely to keep her from other projects is objectively false. Is that what she said? I mean, you guys kind of offered to do that. You guys offered to do that. If she's saying that you did that, that's another thing. If she's making a claim, because it sounds like she's saying she's taking this as a claim that this happened. She's saying your solution to being overworked. She didn't say this solution was undertaken. She's not saying this based on just this. She's not saying this solution was undertaken. She's saying you guys offered this like a solution to me being overworked. So to say, oh, it's objectively false, it's like, well, it depends on if she's claiming that or not. I don't think she was claiming it happened necessarily. Just that was your guys' solution to her being overworked. Okay. The last time she implied feeling overworked. Oh, she implied being overworked 7 months ago, and that was the last time. Therefore, she couldn't possibly feel overworked now, right? Sure. Nano's document goes on from they didn't want to pay for exclusivity, which was untrue. Nano said new model exclusivity would be a different deal than what her and Red eventually agreed on, and the payment wasn't included in the deal. Yeah, that sounds like you were dealing with someone who didn't speak English. You were making business dealings with someone who was anxious and didn't speak English very well. And it sounds like, despite the fact that I did see Red tried to outline, he did put a specific post that was like, just to recap, here's the the line items of this current little verbal deal we just did. I guess it's in text, but I don't know if she picked up on that. Though I don't know if she picked up on everything being in his post being the full list of things in that deal. And this is also the deal that they basically, she walks back on it almost immediately, right? A few weeks later, I don't remember exact timing, but very quickly she kind of just walks back on that deal. Probably because she didn't think you guys were upholding an end that she thought you were supposed to. Is my guess. Rather, when a creator from their blacklist comes for commission, yeah. Okay, yeah. You earlier seemed like you were acting like this wasn't true. Yet their solution, the solution was the deal Red and Nano agreed to. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. That was the deal they agreed to. Well, actually, hang on. Wasn't shown in her document. How could we have been overworking Nano by replacing Silvervale's project you would have otherwise accepted anyway? No, she's saying you guys offered this like it was a solution to overworking, which it's not. She was overworking herself. You guys offer this as like a solution to overworking, which it's not. It's not a solution to overworking. If I'm overworked, granted, let's say, obviously, I'm making myself overworked by taking commissions. But if I take a lot of commissions and I feel overworked, and you're like, hey, we could replace some of those with Sinder work, that doesn't solve the overworked problem. The conclusion doesn't make sense and is a blatant lie about what happened, strung together to make it sound like we were abusing Nano, which we weren't. I mean, you were, but I don't think this is really the best case for it. The messages below show that their primary concern is that the more non-Sinder models I make, the less valuable. That 100%. That one 100%. You cannot. There's no way you're getting out of this. Nah. The Red's quote is bullshit. Okay. You cannot. Red outright states it will be less special. It doesn't matter how much flowery language is and how much pussyfooting he does. It's extremely obvious to anyone with a fucking, with common sense, his implication when he says more models from you to other VTubers makes ours less special. What could that possibly mean? I'm just gonna quote part of what Red said. His reasoning can be found here. Yeah, it's cope. It's bullshit cope. I'm not reading that shit. It's cope. Just like a rare trading card. What do you think that means? He basically reiterated the same position. He's like, yeah, I do agree with that. But I don't agree with the implication you're trying to pull. I don't agree with what you're trying to infer from it. But yeah, I basically agree with what I said. is what this fucking bullshit is. The following screenshot is of them setting up a blacklist, saying I'm not allowed to work with any of the new clients or create any new outfits for Silvervale, specifically, and justifying those things by saying that with each model, my art becomes less unique and special, therefore Sinder somehow will become less special. You did say this, though. This was fucking factual. You did try and blacklist Silver from being worked on. Like, I'm not gonna, like... I don't need to read through the screenshots. I've already read through them before. I've seen the fucking in context with many other fucking screenshots. Yeah, this was outright stated. The following screenshot is read stating the terms and negotiating. Yeah, it was before this too. Because the Silver shit happened in 2024, I believe. Like, not just 2025. The Silver shit was happening in 2024. How Red justified the terms he stated doesn't matter. Does it? Apparently it does. Apparently it does to a lot of people. Nano didn't have to agree with them. Okay, but was it not wrong then? They never spoke about his thought process here and still reached an agreement at the end. Yeah, but okay, so you're basically saying when they made the exclusivity deal in 2025, it didn't involve what Red said. Well, yeah, but no shit. But Red already stated this in 2024 and kind of reiterates on it, well, you know, vaguely throughout the rest of that time up until they make a deal. Why even have an exclusivity contract if you don't feel like you need that work exclusively? If you want your things to be unique and special, you may want to sign an exclusivity deal so it's only yours, only unique and special for you. Almost like that coincides with what he fucking said earlier. Yeah. The idea that my work as an artist and designer is devalued by working with other people is insane and hurtful. Red's model ideology should have never been shared with Nano unless he actually explained to her what he was talking about. It's not like he's missing context. He even has a chance to say his standpoint, and it's still the same shit. It still means the same thing. You can add your flowery language. You can try and pussyfoot around, but he's saying the same thing. You can fucking boil it down to, if I do work with others, you think it's less special. You think me working with others makes it less special. That's what he said. I don't care if he can, like, try and, like, fucking lawyer his way around it not sounding as bad. That's what he said. We know that's what he means. He never forced Nano to agree with them. If she wanted more work from Sinder, yeah, she kind of has to go along with that. And both of us could see and understand both sides of the argument. Okay, then fucking stop pretending like you can't. If you can see both sides, stop pretending like you can't. Which is why it hasn't been brought up since 2023. Okay, why? What? Okay, so this exclusivity is for no reason. Has nothing to do with specialness. Sure. Until he went to Nano about... Okay, it does, okay. Until he went to Nano about exclusivity. Nano didn't push back or question it when Red said it and was still willing to negotiate an exclusivity deal that would have prevented her because it was a business dealing. If someone's like, hey, I'm willing to pay you for exclusivity, you're basically saying, all right, I don't agree. Like, she may not agree. She may not agree that working with other people devalues her art, but she's like, okay, but if you're willing to pay me to only work with you, fine, I'm willing to bite my tongue and do the deal. After realizing what taking a deal with them would really mean for both my workload and my mental health, I backed out. Okay, so she just says because she realized what it meant for her workload and mental health. Okay. This is a little weird. Because earlier I think it's implied that the reason she backed out was money related. Like they weren't paying her. But now it's like, no, instead it's about workload and mental health. Unless it's like workload in the sense that she's not getting as much work as she needs. But then it's like, okay, you got the overwork part, you got the workload part. And then the mental health is probably related to the overwork part. But the mental health could also be related to the blacklisting and the drama. I don't know. This is weird and vague, so I don't really know. The way this is written makes it sound like Nano never agreed to deal with Red, and when she actually did, but it's purposely never shown in her document. Nano said that the deal was fair and gladly accepted it, but it's specifically cut off in the screenshots from her document. Red asked her to confirm the details of their agreement, and she did. She only backed out a month later after she had already gotten what she wanted, and because Silver approached her for a commission, and she couldn't turn it down. Her messages canceling the deal to Red were, again, never shown. Her workload wasn't and wouldn't have been affected at all, other than her having less work after canceling Bao, which was presented as only happening once in her document. She did present that, though. You can be like, oh, it was only presented once. Yeah, guess what? She didn't put out a fucking 1,000-page document. She had a more reasonably sized document. Anyway, the deal. Yeah, we know there's a deal. Okay. It is kind of weird that the deal wasn't included, but again, she was probably yeah, I'll like, it's not weird for someone to only present the best facts for themselves. That's normal. Missing context because it might hurt your argument. Yeah, that's unfortunate. And I understand why she might do that. You want to present your best case, but still, it's the deal. I mean, she made the deal and backed out, and I do think that's a bit weird. That's a bit fucking. That's not good. Like, if you're an artist, don't make deals and back out of it. It's possible, you know, this is speculation on my part. It's possible that she made the deal and then went back to her friends and talked about it at some point, and then they said, "This is a bad deal. You're getting fucked over here. This is a bad deal." And then maybe that plus Silver commissioning her was like what set it over the edge. She's like, "Okay, I can't do this deal." That's possible. That's what I think might have happened. Then the screenshots jump to the end. Wait, what? We got a bunch of screenshots. Then the screenshots jump to the end of the conversation an hour later, but cut off right before Nano calls the deal fair and accepts it to make the argument that she never agreed to a deal with Red. Does she ever? Okay, because you guys love to play this game. Does she ever explicitly say that she never made a deal with Red? Does she explicitly say in her document she never made a deal with Red? Because guess what? The words might kind of pussyfoot around saying that. But does she ever actually say that? You guys love to use that as a defense. Let's see. I mean, maybe it's here. Or this might be a different topic. Either way, we're moving on. Another example of speaking ill of other creators right after they saw I was working with Shylily, trying to once again make the idea of working with other clients seem like I am setting myself up with problematic people who will do me no good, and in the long run to get to reconsider working with them. Get me to reconsider. They also continuously kept asking about my other clients' plans. Yeah, they did. This you cannot fucking lie. He kept doing this, and that's weird. Which for them made the antenna go up and immediately went into slandering Lily. Yeah, Red said he heard you were working with Shylily, and that made his antenna go up. And then he started talking about how Lily's been kind of weird with Sinder. This 100% happened, and your screenshots in this document support it. They consistently try to reassure me that despite their best efforts, they just happen to keep trying to bring drama as in reasons for the Despite their best efforts, they just happen to keep trying to bring drama in as reasons for me to go exclusive, and that working only for with Sinder is them trying to look out for me. That also happened, yes. But you're gonna, again, their defense is gonna be, we didn't explicitly say this. This is just what Red believed at the time. He just believed this. He genuinely believed it, so it's not slander. He genuinely believed it, so it's not a lie. So okay. That's not at all what happened or was implied to Nano by Red in their conversation. It was not even implied, you fucking lying hoe. It was for sure implied. At no point did he say, explicitly, anything about reconsidering work with Shylily. Yeah, but if you have a fucking brain, you can... The same thing happened with Silver. Red was saying the same lines, talking about, whoa, she's kind of off-putting. Oh, she seems to have a fight. You know, she has a thing with Sinder. They don't seem to get along. Which led to Silver being explicitly named multiple times as being like, hey, maybe don't work with her. And now she can see the same exact line of reasoning happening, but for Shylily. So Red didn't have to outright state, oh, maybe you shouldn't talk to her. Maybe you shouldn't work with her. Nano could infer that when Red starts going down the same line of reasoning, same line of discussion, saying, "Oh, well, when you started working with her, my antenna went off, and she, Cinder rated her, and she was kind of off-put. She didn't really say anything or didn't really congratulate her in a way that was, good." It's easy to see where this would be going. She doesn't have to, Red doesn't have to explicitly say, "Don't work with Shylily." It's easy to see where you guys were going with that. Especially because Red does outright say, he does outright say he's starting to see maybe Shylily should be considered as competition. And what did you say? Who else did you say that to? Silver. He said Silver should be seen as competition, and therefore you shouldn't work with her. So yeah, he heavily implied it. He heavily implied it. Maybe he didn't intend to. Maybe he thought he was more coy than that, but he certainly did imply it with his words. They also continually kept asking about my... They did. There's no way you can say... Yeah. Which we've done. Yeah, okay. You've done for over 2 years. Guess what? That's not fucking normal. That's not fucking normal. Just because you were doing this with her, she probably talked to others and they're like, "Oh, that's not normal." That's not normal business dealings. Your artist plan should be yours and yours only. One of your clients asking you about other clients shouldn't be happening. That's weird. With her willingly sharing them, okay, but maybe she realized she shouldn't be. Maybe she realized when they told her, "Hey, this is weird, you're being manipulated," she's like, "Oh shit, you're right. This is weird now that you've brought it up to me in this light. Now that I bring it now in full context, this is weird that they would do this." For Nano to suddenly imply this was a problem to her is contradictory to years of her own behavior. You can think something's alright, and then later find out it was bad. In hindsight, realize, "Oh, I shouldn't have been doing that." You can do that, right? Immediately went into slandering Lily. You did slander Lily. Don't fucking give me this. He did slander Lily. Red did not slander Lily. The things Red told her, he was actually experiencing with her. Or what I was actually experiencing with her. Okay. He did say an antenna right up. He implied... Okay, this is another thing where he didn't explicitly say anything. He implied slanderous things. He implied intent. Red implied intent behind her actions. Intent that would be anti-Cinder. That 100% was implied. And that was intentionally implied. He intentionally implied that Lily may be showing anti-Cinder sentiment. Alright, keep trying to bring drama in. You guys were drama fucking whores. Yes, you were. The deal with Red Nano had been made 3 months earlier and ended 2 months... Okay, did she specify a specific time frame for the slander? And the... wait. They kept trying to bring in drama as reasons for me to go exclusive. Yeah, because... Okay. In 2023 or 2024, one of those years, you guys brought up exclusivity the first time, right? I don't think it left her brain that she's working for, like, her main client is Cinder, and that you guys want her to be exclusive, but she kind of didn't really want to, and then you kept working together. I don't think it left her brain that clearly your guys' motive was still for her to be exclusive. And then as you keep bringing in drama, you kept bringing in drama over the years, it's natural for her to assume, okay, you guys keep saying, okay, watch out for Silver, watch out for Silver. I don't know about this, I don't know about this. Okay, you gotta cancel stuff? Okay, oh, Bow's included? Well, you gotta do what you gotta do. Oh, don't work with Lily, she might be anti-Cinder. Like, it all kind of leads the same way. It all kind of coincides, okay? I can fully understand why she would say this. And you're gonna go, Red didn't explicitly say this. They never talked about this explicitly. Yeah, okay. In their conversation about Shylily, there was nothing about exclusivity working only with me. Yeah, no, okay, no shit. Again, the Shylily conversation was cut short because she stopped talking to you. She stopped talking to you on Red. So the whole thing was like she could see, anyone with fucking eyes and a brain could see it was heading down the same path as with Silver. It was going to lead to potentially asking for her to not work with Shylily. So what did she do? She stopped it before it got to that point. So now you can claim you're like, oh, but we didn't ask her to not deal with Shylily. But we can tell where it was going. Screenshots. Okay. The idea that they need to stay informed and gauge the competition is extremely upsetting and toxic to me. The competition they're referring to are people I thought they considered friends, who always helped, supported, and platformed Sinder. When I pushed back, the immediate response was blaming the other creators and implying that they initiated it by trying to work with me, and that somehow that justified their actions. They imply Lily ignored Sinder, when she spent over a minute thanking the raid, which you can see in this clip. Yeah, that's true. The idea that they need to stay informed, engage, yeah. That is, these are quotes from Red. Sharing her plans has never bothered, you're basically saying it didn't bother her before, so that means we were okay to do it. She flipped her opinion when talking about people, realizing she had been manipulated. Yes. That's willingly sharing. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, you're coping. Bullshit cope. Red never used the phrase gauge the competition. What did he say then? Gotta stay competitive. Okay, whatever. Okay, he didn't say exactly this. He didn't say exactly this is what you're saying. That's your defense? He didn't exactly say this, but it was like he was asking about competitors or people he viewed who may be competitive. He viewed people as being potential competition, and he asked about her work schedule that involved those same people. So to say he was gauging the competition isn't far-fetched, even remotely. The competition referred to in the message shown was one person, not plural. Red said he thought we'd have to start considering Shylily as competition with how she was treating me at the time of this conversation. I did not start the viewer this way. Okay, but Red did. You didn't, but Red did. So what? Nano's point was both of you guys suck. Stop working with both of you. And your defense is, well, Red might have viewed it, but I didn't. Alright then. When I pushed back, the immediate response was blaming the other creators, implying that they initiated it by trying to work with me. Yeah, you're going to say, okay, Silver 100%. You cannot deny you didn't do that with Silver. No, Shylily working with Nano was not the catalyst for Red thinking this way, but it was the reason he talked to Nano about her. Okay, so yeah, it wasn't the catalyst, but it was the reason he talked to her. Is that not fucking good enough? Again, this conversation about Shylily, not plural creators. Red said to Nano that he felt like it was plural creators because it's Shylily, but also Silver. And then it resulted in Bao also not getting a model 2 times. So you can't pretend it was not multiple creators. You're going to be like, well, I'm talking about this specific time. I think Nano's talking about like the course of your guys' entire work relationship. Because of her unwarranted actions and change in attitude towards me. Yeah. Yeah, you viewed her as competition, right. So, I mean, basically, what you're saying does not disagree with what she said. That somehow justified their actions. What actions? What action did Red take against... It's the fucking talking to her. Trying to get her to not work with other people. Those actions. He saw... Like, she could tell where the conversation was leading. We all could. If you're like, oh, Shylily is being weird with me, we might have to treat her like competition. Who was the other person mentioned as competition? Silver. What did you guys do with Silver? 2 times tried to ask her to not work with Silver. At the very least 2 times. And also constant complaining about Silver. So now someone new is starting down that same path. It seems pretty obvious where that goes. They imply Lily ignored Sinder when she spent over a minute. Yeah, we saw that. Okay. Red said Shylily wouldn't acknowledge me by name, not ignore my raid. Well, okay. You kind of said that, though. Okay. This is splitting hairs. This is fucking stupid. Red said he was... basically, Red said Sinder... Well, okay. Red or Sinder, whoever the fuck, one of you guys was upset with Shylily's reaction to the raid. You guys are upset with Shylily's reaction to your raid. And so Nano's saying, well, but she spent over a minute thanking you guys. Like, well, she spent a minute thanking the raid. Thanking raiders for being there, talking with them. So that statement is still true. you guys are basically implying Lily didn't do something right. She didn't do something right with how she reacted to the raid. She didn't say my name explicitly. Nano, wait, Red Cleo says in his messages to Nano that I rated Shylily a couple times, but Nano's only mentioned one. Okay, how does that make your side better? So, if we go back to the other one, do you have that clip? Oh, we have the clips, okay. Because we saw the one, we already saw one of the raids. I think the later one. Well, I guess we can look at the other raid, but the point is, like, it's again gonna be, you feel you weren't thanked properly. You feel she didn't thank you guys properly for the raid, therefore, you said she might be competition. You justified your actions of, well, you justified going down the path of viewing her as competition, which was assumed to be led to asking Nano not to work with Shylily. That action, I guess it's a potential action. But your justification for that potential action that you didn't explicitly ask for, but it was obvious you were going to go ask for it at some point. Your justification was she reacted weird or didn't react in the way I like to two different raids. Yeah. So that statement's fine. That statement's fine. You just slightly disagree with it. You slightly disagree with what she said. She said hi to my raiders, but didn't thank them either. Dear God. She goes on to read one of my chat messages, but this was the second time Shylily had... Okay. Greeted the raiders, but didn't say hi to me or thank me for the... This is fucking petty bullshit. You're a fucking idiot. She didn't react to my raid exactly how I wanted to. Fuck off. In the past, Silvervale, who Red and I knew we had a problem with, it's so funny though that you can't seem to understand that she could tell where this was going based on how you reacted to Silver and talked to her about Silver in the past, and yet you still bring up Silver here. In the past, Silver, who Red and I knew I had a problem with, or had a problem with me, I guess, purposely refused to say my name when I raided her. Continually ghosted my message. Got a model. Oh, so what you're saying is, based on what happened with you and Silver, you thought this was going down the same path. Yet you can't see that Nano, based on what happened with you guys and Silver, can't maybe foresee that you guys are going to go along the same path, and just like Silver was asked, or just like she was asked not to work with Silver, it seems very likely you're going to go and ask her to not work with Shylily. You guys acting like that's not an eventuality, a possible eventuality, a very fucking likely eventuality. Below, I wanted to push back and make clear I was uncomfortable on being dragged into drama, and they responded again. She's gonna be like, I love gossip, bitch. She doesn't want to be a part of the fucking. She doesn't want to be a part of the gossip. She doesn't want to be a part of the fucking drama. She likes drama. She doesn't like being part of the drama. They responded by bringing up more drama, baseless claims, all while trying to guilt trip me. It is ironic and crazy to me that I mentioned not wanting to be dragged into personal issues, only for them to, on multiple occasions, mention other people's alleged drama. And so it's also like someone says I like drama 2 times in the span of a couple months in 2023. Therefore, forever I will bring them into all dramas and they should like it. Like, what is this fucking stupid reasoning? The baseless claims being referred to was me telling Nano people were still comparing us to this day, and that is stupid. Yeah, you're gonna be okay. Oh no, I'm getting compared to someone else. You need to not work with this person. That's so fucking stupid. That's so fucking insecure. I agree that I was guilt-tripping Nano with the message. Okay, cool. You agreed to something for once. I was upset that she went back on this deal because it was the last resort that could have ended one of the biggest direct comparison people drew about me. How? It would not have ended it. You would never have been fucking happy. You would not be happy unless Silver stopped fucking streaming. You were never, because like people are gonna forever still compare it. There's always going to be someone who compares it. You were never going to be happy with the result. It could have ended it permanently. Yeah, sure. These screenshots below were 2 months before conversation Red had with her about Shylily in February. All right. I don't care. Her messages canceling the deal with Red the day before she messaged me about it was never shown in her document. Cool. All right. The deal itself was never shown in the document. Why would she show the canceling of the deal? If she never showed you guys doing a deal, why would she show her canceling the deal? Anyway. Justifying their behavior by stating that they are simply looking out for me when none of this has anything to do with me to begin with, and manipulating me into being grateful for earning well thanks to them, despite the loss of work from long-time returning clients and new clients. Justifying their behavior by saying they're looking out for me. Once again, where's the message from either of us? Where did we explicitly state this? I like how it was like, where did we say that we were looking out for her? And then in this document, there's fucking page after page after page in the Nanoless section where they're like, look, we treated her well. Look, we treated her well. Look, we treated her well. Look how well we treated our slave. Where did we state we're simply looking out for her? All right, then. All right, you fucking dumb bitch. I justified my behavior with how I felt towards Silver because of actions of her and her community towards me. Perceived actions, at least. Partially, I mean, I fully do believe, yeah, Silver doesn't like you. But the whole raid thing is so stupid. When Nano came to me about how she felt and didn't want to be involved in drama around Silver, I was okay with it. Didn't hold it against her. She didn't need to agree to the terms of exclusivity deal if she didn't. Okay. Well, you do remember where you kept talking about Silver and Nano had to say, stop talking about Silver. Again, you didn't show it. But people don't say, stop doing this. Usually, unless the person they're talking to keeps doing that. So one could assume, speculation, that you kept talking about Silver to the point where she had to say, stop bringing it up. Stop talking about Silver. She had to say this to you and Red. Anyway. And manipulating me into being grateful for earning well, despite the loss of longtime clients and new clients. Okay. And your sentence. She was not manipulated. Nano was not manipulated to say what she said to me. What? What? There was no loss of work for Nano with Silvervale. Are you? We don't really have proof of that. But also, she's not just talking about Silvervale. She might be talking about Bao. She might be talking about, Cotton. She could be talking about anyone. I don't know. She could be talking about a lot of people who she canceled on and they didn't return. The reason why she ultimately went back on the deal she agreed to was because Silver approached her about a commission and she couldn't turn it down. Yeah, maybe if she turned it down, she would lose a client. Concerning my work and models as a team, another example of going after other clients of mine from before, claiming that having more clients alongside them makes my work less special with the reoccurrence of it's just business. Manipulating me into believing that working with her is special for multiple reasons and that I risk losing that special something as a client if I prefer to work with others. No acknowledgement of my reasoning and need of working with other clients due to the nature of my work, solely focused on their issues. I think that's, I don't know if that's going to be one of those things where it's like, some of that might not be literally true, but it feels like it. It feels like you guys were doing that to her. Like, I could see why she might feel that way. Some of that is true. I mean, like, you guys saying that her work is less special because she works with others, 100%, that is true. You guys trying to make it like, oh, just be Sinder only. Sinder only. You'll be her artist. You'll be her artist. You'll be Sinder's artist. That is you guys trying to make it like it's special for her. And then there was the implication that they would have to go to other people if, she couldn't do it. Which kind of at the time, that one time, sounds a little bit like, hey, well, if you don't do this for us, we'll have to just go to someone else. And you're going to be like, no, we never intended to go to anyone else. Well, Red kind of vaguely implied he might not work with her. Anyway, another example of going after other clients of mine from before, claiming that having more clients alongside them made it less special. Okay. Neither of us have, quote unquote, gone after other clients of hers. You went after Silver. Unless you count Red Nano's negotiation about exclusivity. Yes! What? That and the first time you asked her to not work with Silver. That's you guys going after her clients, saying, hey, don't work with them. We didn't... Neither of us ever said... Or neither of us have ever gone after other clients, except when we've gone after her other clients. We didn't do it, except the time we did it. Here's what Red said about Nano's work. Okay. Being less special. Again, we're touching on the less special shit. Yeah. He said it. Just fucking own it, for fuck's sake. As explained before, the dishonest framing of it's just business. Hey, we're gonna compete with our friends, because it's just business, right? Conversation with the use of it's just business was from November 2023. Nano clearly understood what we meant by it back then. It could be it always left a bad taste in her mouth, and she just kept it in her head, you know, the whole time. That you guys are a little bit like cutthroat when it comes to business shit. That doesn't mean she's wrong. You're not proving her wrong. Manipulating me into believing that working for her is special for multiple reasons, that I risk losing that special something as a client if I prefer working with others. I agree that me saying, but if you prefer to work with other clients instead of me, was guilt-tripping her. I regret now how I phrased this, but I already accepted her decision by my use of it's just business. Like Red said to her the day before, neither me or Red tried to change Nano's opinion or decision. Yeah, you did? What the fuck do you mean? You guys are constantly trying to change your opinion and decision. Many times, in the context you provided. She was not manipulated to change her position on what she wanted. We both agreed and accepted it. You accepted it, but you still were like, man, it's kind of lame that you're doing this. Man, I wish you could be Sinder only. Man, yada, yada, yada. You know, again, the same defense constantly as we didn't explicitly say it, therefore we didn't imply it. I thought that I wouldn't be a nano model only. Wait. I thought I wouldn't be a nano model only VTuber anymore because of her not having a lot of time for my projects to keep up with my model cadence. I thought I'd have to find another model artist, which is why I reminisced about my first model with her. I told her it felt special to have only her model art for my outfits, and to let her know, and to let me know if she wouldn't have time for me to only use her artwork for my models, not to be the one single VTuber. You're being a fucking idiot. You're pretending like you guys weren't saying, like Red says, man, if you work for others, it makes our stuff less special. Then you guilt-tripping her, saying, man, I wish I could have only you as my artist, because, you know, it was a special time. Like, what you're saying here supports what she said. You're supporting what she said. No acknowledgement of my reasoning and need for working with other clients due to the nature of my work. Solely focused on their issues. Here's what she said, or here was what was said to Nano in both mine and Red's DMs with her during this situation. All of these messages are from the same conversation. Well, okay, so here's what was said to Nano in both mine and Red's DMs with her during the situation. All of the messages are from the same conversation. Okay, what's your point? Red and I understood her position and agreed with her. We didn't force her. So, okay, so your point is we didn't force her. We understood that as an artist, they kind of do need to work with multiple clients so they can get a big, portfolio and get a lot of contacts. We understand that. We didn't force her, but we did try and get her to multiple times to sign an exclusivity contract or to take part in a deal, exclusivity deal. We didn't force her, but we did try multiple times. Okay. How much more is this? Jesus. All right, hold on. All right. I'm going to take a break here. This is where I'm going to stop. Where are we? Page 32. All right, I'm going to take a little break here. I'll be right back. I would also like to note, again, that the screenshot is one of many occasions that indicate that Red speaks on Sinder's behalf. Yeah, no shit he does. If someone claims otherwise, they're a fucking moron. I was originally concerned with everything going through Red that it may not have been 100% Sinder's feelings or wants. And Sinder confirmed as much, yes. I messaged her about it, to make sure that he spoke on her behalf and confirmed with both of them that this was the case. Yeah, of course. And she, in this document, she confirms it as well. And in her apology, she was like, yeah, Red did this, Red did this, Red did this. I didn't know about this, I didn't know about this, but he did this, and I'm breaking off of him. So, yeah, I mean, originally she blamed Red for everything, almost everything, and basically said, he spoke for me, there were some things he did that I didn't agree with. So, let's see what Sinder says now. Yes, Red spoke for me all the time to lots of different people because that was his job as my manager. Yeah, no shit. And I trusted him. But Red also spoke for himself and for the brand. Okay, well, that's an issue with Red then, isn't it? And for the brand, you are the brand, you fucking moron. It's called Sinder. The brand is Sinder. Who is Sinder? You are Sinder. You fucking idiot. Yeah, he speaks for you. If he speaks for himself and the brand, guess what? He speaks for you. No, we didn't always agree on our feelings or wants. There's been many times he's had to walk things back because I disagreed. Or we've had to compromise on decisions. To assume that in every instance forever that we are 100% in agreement on things is crazy. You don't have to assume that. It's just that, hey, you guys are pretty much nearly lockstep with one another. Occasionally you have disagreements. But regardless of any of that, he represents you. If he does something bad, it looks bad on you. That's how this shit works. Pretty simple. There were a total of 2 times Nano had ever messaged me about her conversations with Red. The situation for 2023, and then when she canceled the exclusivity deal in 2025. Okay, so you basically, everything you said there basically supports what she said, so I don't know why you added it. Like I pointed out above, when talking about It's Just Business in Nano's section, Nano's document presents my conversation with Nano from the situation before any of the context of Red's conversation with her that happened today. Oh, Jesus Christ, this run-on sentence. Like I pointed out when talking about It's Just Business in Nano's section, comma, Nano's document presents my conversation with Nano from the situation before any of the context of Red's conversation with her that happened earlier a day earlier, comma, deceptively masking the context of my use of the phrase, period. Jesus, I don't even know what she's trying to say. Like you pointed out earlier, Nano's document presents a conversation with Nano before any context. Okay, so you're claiming she's deceptively masking the context of your use of the phrase. That's a very retarded sentence. That's a very retarded sentence. Okay, so you use the phrase "it's just business," and you think she provided it without context in order to mislead. That's the summary of that sentence. Okay. Unless you were paying attention to the dates of the messages in Nano's document, you'd never know the timeline of events. It doesn't matter. You don't need a timeline of events to know that was a stupid comment. Oh my god, 2 hours earlier. Oh my god. That means it's all false, right? Red tries to make it look like they never meant for it to appear... Wait. Red tries to make it look like they never meant for it to appear like they wanted me to be exclusive by framing it as something I wanted. Yeah, you guys keep doing that in this document. While doubling down on the fact that me working with more people makes my work less special and no longer unique, as if every design is just a Sinder clone. Yeah, and that's literally what she's doing here. They are actually in, like, so she did this in the first document, the first apology document, and she's doing it again in this document, in which she is making it appear like, basically it's all Nano's idea, kinda. Like, they never meant to do it. Like, Red never hinted at it. He never implied it. He never even remotely approached the subject. You have Red commenting in this document being like, well, this is 1 of 4 times I brought up exclusivity. This is 2 of 4. This is 3 of 4. Bitch, you brought it up 4 times, and you insinuated or implied many things about it, and you kept saying, we want her to be special. We want you to just be like her art. Like, you don't have to specifically mention something. You don't have to explicitly mention something for everyone to know what you're talking about. That's just basic conversational skills. But you guys are really, really harping on the defense of, well, we didn't explicitly state it. And this is another one of those. So, alright. And I can already see it because you're stuck on the Sinder clone line there. So let's see. Sinder says, in the full context of the conversation from the screenshots below, Red never said, again, he never explicitly said anything about Nano being exclusive to us. Yeah, but he approached the subject of exclusivity at least 4 times, according to his own words. Or ever told us to only work on Cinder-related things. Or told her to only work on... Okay, well, when you approach the subject of exclusivity 4 different times and tried to do a deal 2 different times to at least exclude certain people, what does that mean? And when he brings up, man, if you work on stuff with a bunch of other VTubers, it makes our art seem a lot less special. What could that possibly mean? He never said every line or every design was quote-unquote Sinder clone. No, but he basically said that. Because his reasoning wasn't about other models being Sinder clones. Okay, so he harped more on the style. It's the artist style, and they really like your artist style, and I think the style is central to the Sinder brand. So if other VTubers start coming out with that style, it doesn't seem like an exclusive Sinder-only style. No matter how many times you try and rephrase it, no matter how many times you try and hide it or change it, that's the fucking basis of what he's saying. And it makes you look stupid when you keep trying to hide that. Because when he reiterates, he basically says the same thing again. The messages in this screenshot happened in November of 2023, over a year before the exclusivity deal, but Nano's document doesn't point that out. Here is everything Red said that Nano took as him asking her to not work on with anyone but me. He was confused in his message because he was confused in his message because he never asked her to do this or was somehow making her do this. What? Sinder, you need to rewrite that. What the fuck are you trying to say? He was confused in his message because he never asked her to do this or was somehow making her do this. He never asked her to do this. You mean nor was he somehow making her do this? Probably. Not to discredit any of your work because everything you work on is top of the line, incredible, but when everyone's a Nano baby, it feels less special to be one. Gee, that's almost like exactly what she said. If everyone's a Nano baby, it feels less special to be one, if that makes sense, he says. Yeah, it sounds like she's saying more people, working with more people makes my work less quote-unquote special, no longer unique. That seems to jive with what she just said. Good job supporting what Nano said in her document. Good job. It just sucks. Everyone wants a Nano model. I mean, it's good because you make a lot of money. You gotta eat, but it sucks because it's not special. Okay, so you've showed 2 different instances of Redacted saying, hey, it'd be better if you just did stuff for us. You didn't say it outright, but the implication is when you do stuff for others, we feel less special. You can easily, come away with a conclusion from that message. Red's full thought process behind Nano's work being less special, no longer unique, has been explained in her section. Yeah, and we don't care. We don't care. It's fucking code. It's the same. We're just reiterating this. We're circling. We're fucking looping the same thing over and over again. I don't care how many times he explains it. We get it. We know what he means. He's trying to deceive us right now by pretending that's not what he means. This was not a black and white issue, and Red and I could understand both sides of it. And yeah, you keep saying we understand both sides of it, yet you refuse to see the other side. We can see both sides of it, but we only see our side. We're only going to defend our side. All right. It's simply business. Normalizing their behavior once again by stating that it's simply business to sabotage your other VTuber careers and not work with them and focus on Sinder instead. Basically, that is what you did. Both mine and Red's use of "it's just business" or similar phrases were dishonestly misinterpreted and twisted to fit the idea that it was somehow justify sabotaging others. But you were saying, oh, when I view someone else as competitive, and not mentioning this, but essentially try to kick them out of using certain editors, certain artists. That's the implication there. When I view them as competitive, It's just business when I try and create deals that don't include them. When I try and take their artists, when I try and like have their stuff canceled, it's just business. That is what was said, essentially. There's a lot left unsaid, but the thing is, the importance in what's left unsaid. Like I explained below, the phrase was used to accept Nano's decision in 2023, regardless of our feelings on that decision. If you were to actually read the screenshots, which I did, that were presented in Nano's document right below this, you'd understand there's no way Red using that phrase, business is business, to try and sabotage anyone. He's not using the phrase to sabotage someone, you fucking idiot. That's not what was claimed. He is dismissing the idea that he's being heartless, he's being a jerk, he's like, hey, basically he's like, you're being an asshole. You're getting people canceled, like their models canceled, they're getting artwork canceled, you're trying to fight for exclusivity. You are saying, oh man, this person didn't receive our raid very well, therefore they're probably a competitor. You're dismissing all this weird activity under an umbrella of, well, that's just business. Business is business. That's what you're doing. No one's saying you're using the phrase business is business to try and sabotage anyone. That's retarded. That's fucking retarded to claim. If you look at any of my messages without the context of Red's conversation with Nano happening the day before, then it looks like I'm saying it's just business about Nano canceling models. That is not what I meant. I spoke to Red about this conversation with Nano before hearing from her, and my use of it's just business was in reference to what he said. Presented out of order and out of context, and if you're someone other than Nano who hadn't experienced talking to Red and I back to back in this situation, you see my message to Nano and get the wrong idea. Nano's document purposely showed my message first, without any context before it, to manipulate the narrative. And I read it as you presented it. That's the thing, is I read it as you presented it, and it came off the exact same way. So you're wrong, I guess. You're just wrong. Hey, if you switch around the presentation, it changes the feeling of the conversation. It could change it, but look, I read the way you presented it. I read the way you presented it in your document right now. And I still think you came away looking like a bitch. Anyway, we've seen these are the same screenshots they showed us before. Damage control. Making sure none of this reaches the other VTubers and is all kept hush-hush, while also providing proof that they know what they do is ill-intended and should not get out, as it would cause issues for Sinder's career to be painted in this light. Yeah, it did, actually. Note that the uncalled shot at VTuber 1 is even spoilered and a hidden message in Discord, so it wouldn't accidentally be leaked. Making sure none of this reaches other VTuber. Yeah, you just put that screenshot there. The example shown in the next chat is after Nano's canceled Silver model. Red did not ask her or make her do it or target Silver in any way. Yes, he did. What? Red specifically targeted Silver multiple times at your behest, and you were fine with it. You're fine with him targeting Silver. So why are you going for this angle? Obviously, he wouldn't want Nano to tell Silver it was my fault because it wasn't. Oh, okay, that's the only reason. Or the fact that they were talking about her at all. The only other time Red asked Nano to keep things between them was about another VTuber when they made their exclusivity deal. Not only to keep what he said between them from other VTubers, but to keep what he said and did against Bao from me too. Yeah. So why are you defending him? You're right here admitting Red said, hey, don't tell anyone to keep it from you, Sinder. And you're over here defending Red and saying, no, Red didn't do that. Red wasn't. No. He was totally on the up and up. He was not trying to keep everything hush-hush, even though he literally kept it hush-hush from you of all people. Come on now. Really stupid move there. Anyway. Note that the uncalled shot at Silver is even spoiled. Spoiler. A hidden message in Discord so it wouldn't accidentally be leaked. So you say pointing out and claiming a message is hidden so it wouldn't accidentally be leaked as the reason doesn't make any sense. How doesn't it? Why else would you spoiler a message in a DM? I guess for effect? Red fully trusted Nano to keep things private between them, not just this one censored message. Who else would be the one in Nano's DMs? That was immediately buried. What? Who else would that one message in Nano's DMs that was immediately buried be accidentally linked to if it wasn't spoilered? Either party, I guess. I don't know. Obviously, a DM is between two people. It takes one of those two people to access it. Nano linked the exact same message here, or the exact message here, and hiding did nothing to stop it from getting linked. The point is, okay, if you spoiler something in a chat, and then you go to screenshot that chat because you want to leak the DMs, guess what? Yeah, it takes an extra step. It takes an extra step. I'm not saying it's difficult, but it does take an extra step to have to go out of your way to click on the spoiler, to reveal the text, and then take the screenshot. Which would, in fact, mean it does work as kind of like a small protection to prevent you from accidentally leaking that specific part of the text. It just makes sense. The constant obsession with VTuber 1 and claiming that she is asking for it by causing this unspoken competition, which is coming from absolutely no other source than Sinder herself. Yeah, so that was with, I assume that they're talking about VTuber 1 as Silvervale. There were a total of 3 major instances where Silver came up in Red's messages with Nano, 2 of which were in 2023, the other in 2025. In the aftermath of those cases were the only times Nano and I talked about her. Then why did she tell you? So you talked to Nano one time about Silvervale. You brought her up once, and her response to you is, "Stop talking about her." Really? That doesn't check out. That doesn't make any sense. My experience with Silvervale is explained in her section of the document. Sure enough. Yep, 130 pages of it. Soon enough. Or 134, I think. Either way. Claiming that she is asking for it by causing this unspoken competition, which is coming from absolutely no one other than Sinder herself. Alright, no other source other than Red. These are Red's words. Alright, so sometimes you hide behind Red, sometimes you don't. She's talking like you guys are both a team. Guess what? You are. You are still a team. Despite everything that happened, despite everything he did, despite originally throwing him under the bus, you have reclaimed him on your team and are now working with him to make this very document. So yes, when she says you guys are doing this, you can't really be like, oh, well, Red did it though. Bitch, you and Red are one team. He did not say she was asking for it, quote unquote, exactly. He didn't say that exact thing. He didn't say exactly she was asking for it. Therefore, it didn't happen. He didn't explicitly use those words, therefore it didn't happen. This exact screenshot is what's shown next in Nano's document. I did view Silver as competition. Okay, so you're like, yeah, I did view her as competition. I didn't say she was asking for it, but I did view her as competition. Alright. No, those same screenshots. The last image Nano presents below is from May 2023, where Red is talking about Spite, not Silvervale. But it's never pointed out that this is from, or this is about someone else or a different timeline. This is all that is shown about Spite. And Nano's document didn't include anything about Red asking and Nano agreeing she wouldn't work with Spite for some reason. Okay, so that whatever. I do think it's weird if this is presenting in her document and it's not clarified that this is not about Silver, this is about Spite. That is a little weird, but it doesn't really change anything. And like that would matter to Silver. But Silvervale also made a document calling you out, Sinder. So I don't think that's going to save... Like, I don't think the fact that this makes it look like she's attacking Silver more is going to make anyone be like, oh my god, you're innocent of hating Silver, especially when you have a 134-page part of your document dedicated specifically to how much you hate Silver, I guess. So this doesn't actually change anything. It just makes it... I guess you're trying to paint Nano as crazy or something, or dumb, or as the root cause here, but... It is a little weird that Nano didn't specify, but it's still, I guess, somewhat relevant screenshot. Like, if she just put the text that says, here's what Red said about Spite, it would have been fine. So, I don't know why she didn't, but... Anyway. I'd like to highlight the irony of expecting to be entitled to recognition for her own efforts and size when her own active efforts are tied to sabotaging this very same VTuber. Also, feeling entitled and insisting to be recognized by someone is odd. Yeah, that is weird. Like with the rating stuff, it's like rating is like you realize when you raid someone, you are not entitled. They're not required to acknowledge it. They can pretend the raid never happened. They can in fact have nothing pop up on screen for a raid, and they can just keep doing what they're already doing, and that's fine. That's normal. You're not entitled to a reaction. And then it ends with, thanks for taking the time to read through everything. I hope everything makes sense, and everyone who has been hurt, manipulated, and sabotaged by her will find closure. Okay, so your response is, Me trying to gain Silver's recognition came far before there was any kind of effort to try and do anything against her. I don't believe that for a second. You were already at odds with her because you guys were always compared. This is before, like, you were already at odds with her. You were already having issues before you brought up the whole, oh, I rated her and she didn't say anything. Yeah, no shit, there were already issues before that point. That was just what you used to kind of confirm with your own brain that, yeah, there's probably an issue there. A huge majority of the context around my relationship with Silver over the years was never explained to the public, including myself, and in my apology. Okay, well, whose fault is that? You, then. I didn't feel entitled to be recognized by her. I felt pressured to. What the fuck's that supposed to mean? You rated her, and you're like, damn, I'm feeling all this pressure. I rated her. Oh, I'm feeling so much pressure to be named by her. Excuse me? What? On one hand, I was being harassed for being similar to her. Where are you? Come on now. You're going to use the harassment? Yeah. People said, hey, these two VTubers look similar. Oh my god, I'm being harassed. Fuck off. On the other hand, I was constantly asked to do things with her. Oh no, having a fan base is so awful. Oh no, my fan base compares me to this other VTuber. I'm being harassed. Oh no, they want me to collab with her. I'm being harassed. Okay, fuck off. If at the bare minimum we could get along on Twitter, it would have stopped the hate and satisfied the fans wanting us to interact. Similar to how other popular VTubers that had a beef in the past publicly ended the feud. So, but what was your feud? All we've got is that your supposed fans wanted you guys to A, collab, and B, said you're similar. But you're like, there's a feud. We gotta quash the beef. Squash the beef? Whatever. You gotta squash the beef or whatever, and it's like, well, okay, what was the beef then? It sounds like, if that's to be believed, if it's just fans saying you're similar, you should collab. It doesn't make sense for there to be a beef unless it's your own insecurity creating this kind of like problem. And then when you rated her and she didn't do exactly what you wanted to, you're like, oh, she hates me. And the thing is, she might legit hate you. She might. But it's like, I don't know. You're not presenting. You yourself said it was never explained to the public. And even here, you're not explaining what the fuck was the beef. I know you. We'll definitely see something, I imagine, in the 134 pages of the Silver part. So I guess we'll look forward to that. You really felt the need to comment on the last part where she said, I hope everything makes sense and everyone who's been hurt, manipulated, sabotaged by her finds closure. You're like, I need to add a comment to that. I hope the events presented here make even more sense than they did before. Nope, about the same. In fact, you just made yourself look more dumb by you're trying to add all this context thinking you're changing things, but you're not. It's changing nothing. Alright, we've got a speculation page here. Nano's message screenshots manipulation. Huh. So I think we're still in Nano's document. Yeah, we are. Another thing I'd like to point out is the fact that Nano's screenshots present present in both her and Bao's documents were manipulated after Nano had already given them to Shylily and Bao. Manipulated in what manner? Meaning that someone helped Nano cover up information and proving that Nano did not originally present the screenshots to them this way. And what information is being covered? Here's one of the screenshots in Nano's document. The bottom is cut off. Okay, why is the bottom important? Here's the same screenshot from Bao's document. The image is in higher quality. The censorship is done differently. And the bottom where Nano says the deal was fair and present is present. Okay. So Bao has the exact same screenshot from Nano's DMs. Bao didn't cut off the bottom, but Nano's document does. Okay, well, her saying it's a fair deal doesn't really disprove her being manipulated, though. Because the thing is, Nano's position is that she was lied to and manipulated. If she had included the bottom, it's weird that she didn't. So it does kind of point out, to your credit, it does point to potentially she's trying to frame it a certain way, literally framing it by cutting the bottom out. But I mean, I think it doesn't really change anything. You include the bottom, and she says, "Oh, it do be fair." You don't include the bottom. Okay, it's left open. But the thing is, okay, Nano says it's fair, but this is also the same Nano that says, "Oh, well, I was manipulated and lied to believe that was so." So, all right. But I'll give you the credit that it is weird that it was cut that way. Like, it's weird that... So they both probably have the same source for the images. Some sort of group chat, potentially, where they shared the images. The private DMs of Nano shared amongst the group. By Nano, probably, or at least with her aware of it, obviously, because her document exists. So they all got the same screenshots, but some of them are cut differently. Got it. If Bao's document had the full screenshot, then that means Nano showed them the full screenshot. But at some point after showing Shylily, Bao, and my friends, it was decided to edit the screenshot in Nano's document to crop out her calling the deal fair, removing her guilt. Removing her guilt? Is she guilty because she said it was fair? What do you mean? Okay, so her position is she was manipulated into believing things should be a certain way by people who were taking advantage of her. So the screenshot shows she's under the impression at this point that it's a fair deal. And you're like, well, she gets some of the guilt, she gets some of the blame because here she is being deluded by us. No, it doesn't quite work that way. I know your position isn't that she was deluded, but that's her position. So she could have included it and it would have been fine. Another example is the image of Red's message with Cotton, or about Cotton. That one's also very bizarre. Well, more bizarre than this one. In Nano's document, the message about Cotton is deliberately doctored out of the image. That one, yeah, they actually went out of their way with. So, and I don't really get why. As if it never existed, Nano, who had no relationship with Cotton and is on record saying she didn't care about her, would have had no reason to do this. Yeah, which makes it very bizarre. What's your speculation? We're in the speculation section, so give me your speculation. But Bao's document shows the message and just censors Cotton's name. It also contains the message at the bottom, unlike the screenshot Nano used. Unsure why Bao's own name is censored in the screenshot from her document. That's also very strange. I don't know why they did anything. It could be, you know, here's what it could be. Maybe the ones in Bao's document were meant to go to, like maybe the screenshots in Bao's document, or at least these couple, were meant to go in Nano's document, and vice versa. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe they mixed up which image was supposed to go to which document. They were close. It makes no sense for Bao to censor her own name in her own document. That makes zero sense. And it also makes zero sense for Nano to censor Cotton's line in her document. So yeah, the only thing I can think of is they mixed up which image went to which document. So, and thus making that censorship not make any sense. So if my friends knew what the full screenshot showed here, but they were manipulated in Nano's document before showing them to the public, then who did it? At the very least, I know that Nano's specific message calling their deal with Rare fair was seen by Shylily, Bao, and my friends. My friends who were involved are not stupid. They wouldn't have done this to me if Nano didn't show them everything that happened first, right? So, okay, hold on. Are you trying to say your friends are stupid? I originally thought that, as my friends, they would have wanted to be fully informed on everything that happened before making the decision to cancel me. Unless the first person... So you're thinking Shylily did this. Yeah, okay. Unless the first person Nano contacted, the one who told Nano she was being manipulated to begin with, the one who contacted Bao for her, well, that's speculative. You don't know if she contacted Bao for her. Do you? I mean, I read that earlier part. I think you said earlier you think that's how it went. Was backing all of her claims to them. I believe with Shylily already on her side, Nano lied to her about her experiences with us from the start to hide her own guilt and push it all onto us. That doesn't make sense with the screenshots. You're putting this at the end of the screenshots saying this is why they censored, but it doesn't make any sense. Literally, it doesn't even make sense to censor it. Even if I was to take your reasoning, it doesn't make sense that they censored it. So how does that make any sense? How could she show Shylily what she did and said about one of our best friends, Bao? What? How could she show Shylily what she did and said about one of her best friends, Bao? By showing her the DMs, which you seem to be saying she did. So what you're saying is Nano lied to Shylily. Also lied by censoring the screenshots in a weird way that doesn't make any sense. She censored Bao's name out of the screenshots she gave to Bao. That doesn't make any sense. Like, there's definitely something weird about that. But your reasoning makes no sense, and if we were to be in their shoes, it makes no sense. So I don't know the reasoning. I don't know the real reasoning. You don't either. You're speculating, and your speculative reasoning is stupid. If Shylily was only shown the snippets of the DMs that Nano chose to show her, she wouldn't have cared what the full context was. Shylily, so you think Nano... Okay, well, this is an if. All right. Shylily saw what Red said about her, and that was enough for her to agree with whatever story Nano told her, with whatever little evidence was given for it. Well, at least you put speculative. At least this is in the speculation section, because there's no proof of that. The rest of my friends could have just been told by Shylily and Nano what happened, and also weren't shown anything beyond Nano's cherry-picked screenshots, completely trusting in their story and jumping to conclusions because of their past experiences. Oh, so they'd have reason to believe then. So what you're saying is they had bad experiences with you, so they have reason to believe these screenshots are pretty legit and her story's pretty legit. Okay, so you're a bad person. So you're basically proving you're a bad person. Got it. Especially in Bao's case, who was right out of surgery, whose most trusted friends were telling her what happened, and posted her document 2 days later. Supporting the idea that they may have not seen everything is that no one tried to contact me about any of this. I don't know if that supports that. You seem to think you're under this impression that if you include all this extra context that doesn't actually matter, your friends would all came to your side to support you. It doesn't seem like that's the case. I think the people who disliked you from the first documents still dislike you after this document. And may have been manipulated not to under the guise... What? Manipulated not to what? Support you under the guise that you'd be the one to manipulate them? Probably. If they did, they would have heard a contradicting story. No, it seems like the same story I heard before. It's just presented in a dumb way where you're trying to defend yourself at every angle. More speculation. What was Nano's motive to leak messages to Shylily and to eventually post this document? Well, the obvious, like, Occam's razor is she felt like she was being ripped off, or she felt like she was, like, she felt controlled, probably. She wanted to work with Silver. She wanted to work with Bao. She wanted to work with Shylily without, you know, her main client, you know, Sinder and Red, fucking her over or trying to manipulate her not to do those things. That's Occam's razor, is that she wanted to work with these people that you didn't want her to work with. And that caused frustration and burnout, increased burnout probably. And so she went for an outlet. Shylily being one of them that was receptive. All right, where's my mouse? Okay, everything that was posted on top of Nano's claims. Wait, everything that was posted was on top of Nano's claims. But if her story isn't true, she wasn't manipulated, and Red didn't lie to her. What was her motivation? Well, if you're good, okay, cool. If you just say, well, if Nano's document is completely false, if everything she said is a lie, well then, why'd she do it? Yeah, okay, so if we ignore everything she said, gee, the motive is weird, right? So your speculation is Nano's manager, Akira, told Red that Nano wouldn't be working with us anymore due to artistic burnout, and for no other reason. Burnout is mentioned once in Nano's document, and she showed no signs of burnout. Yeah, it was a PR reasoning given to you. You weren't meant to believe that, you fucking idiot. The fact that you took that and were like, oh yeah, that could be a reason, maybe, I don't know, it just means that you and Red are morons. A PR agent says the person you've been working with for almost 4 years is no longer going to be working with you for the time being because of artistic burnout. Obviously, the first inclination is that's not the real reason, but it's a PR reason. No shit. As can be seen from our DMs, Nano was always treated well. Yeah. And I like how earlier you were pretending like you weren't trying to be like, we treated her well, we treated her well, we treated her well. Yeah, you went through like several pages of showing, here's us treating her well. It's probably the controlling that outweighs the quote-unquote well treatment. Since working with Nano, my work alone has made over $100,000, with about $60,000 of that being, made her. Okay, my work alone has made her $100,000, with about $60,000 of that being within the last year when I was canceled. Given that I was her most frequent client, she wouldn't have had a monetary reason to do this. That's not true. You can still have greed for you could still, like, if she was allowed to work with Bao, Silver, and Shylily, and you, no shit, she's gonna have more than just what you provided. Nano's reasoning behind many of her claims written in her document are contradictory to how she behaved for years. Yeah, because she snapped out of it. She suddenly now thinks she's been manipulated. So no shit, she acted differently. Those couldn't have been her motive. They could be, but you don't want to believe it. Like, for you to believe Nano's motives, you have to basically admit that she felt manipulated, lied to, and I forget the other one. Abused, perhaps, mentally. Nano only leaked her DMs with Red after he talked to her about Shylily. Why was that her turning point? If Nano had concerns about what Red was saying about Shylily, then why didn't she ask him for evidence? Why didn't she ask the person she thinks was manipulating her? If she thought he was manipulating her, why didn't she ask him for evidence? That's stupid. You don't ask your manipulator to prove they're not manipulating. It's like, she went to a third party, which you knew she did before. This lines up with what she did before. She said, even since 2023, and you put in an earlier section, her friends in bold. Whenever she had like a discussion with you that she was uncertain about, she talked to friends about it. If she wasn't sure, she talked to somebody. That was already the established behavior that we've seen, the pattern. So it makes perfect sense for she doesn't know, she's mistrusting right now. She doesn't trust you and or Red. So she's not going to go to you and or Red to talk about you and or Red. She's going to go to some third party, such as her friends, or possibly Shylily, who she just recently started working with. At least I believe there's only evidence that she recently started working with Shylily. And I think that's part of Cinder's distrust of the situation. Cinder seems to think, well, she never worked with Shylily before, and then the second she works with Shylily, suddenly she's against us. So it's all Shylily's doing. Which I'm not gonna lie, I think Shylily obviously played a role. Shylily obviously said, oh, it sounds like, to Nano, she probably said this. She said, oh, it sounds like they're mistreating you. And then Nano's like, you know what? You're probably right. Now that's speculation on my part, but that seems like the most obvious answer, right? Because she suspected Red, who's been on her side for years, of lying before she'd ever suspect the Shylily of any wrongdoing. That's not... If like I said, I guess I don't need to reiterate. I just said it. I'm just gonna move on. I believe Nano was curious about the things that Red said about Shylily and asked her about them. Yeah, sure. Like if I know someone is disparaging a person, saying stuff that sounds slanderous, it makes sense to ask that person, hey, is this true? Are you really the things they say about you? Shylily lied to Nano about her own actions and told her she was being manipulated by Red. Wait, what? Oh. Shylily lied to Nano about Shylily's own actions and told Nano that Nano, was being manipulated by Red. Okay. If we're to believe that Nano was so easily manipulated by my manager, I like how they keep doing this. They keep doing this like, well, oh yeah, well, if she was manipulated, why didn't we just manipulate her harder then? If she was manipulated, why couldn't we just like fucking make her dance around our finger? Why couldn't we just, make this not happen then? Clearly she wasn't manipulated. That's not how it works. You can't say, well, she wasn't manipulated up to the nth degree, so that means she wasn't manipulated. No, that's not what works. That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't logically flow. So your exact words were, if we're to believe that Nano was so easily manipulated by my manager in their casual conversation, then how likely is it that Nano could have been manipulated, used, and pressured by the biggest pissed off indie VTuber Shylily directly throughout the whole... Okay, so... Okay, this is not where I expected the sentence to go. So you're saying, if we manipulated her, then it's pretty likely that Shylily was able to manipulate her. You know that only works if you manipulated her? So if you're saying, like, your defense here is that, well, it's possible Shylily manipulated her because supposedly we manipulated her. I.e., you're saying both parties manipulated her, which is it admits that you and Red manipulated her. So that's a very stupid sentence. You don't believe you manipulated her, so you would also not believe Shylily manipulated her then. Or, against everything you've been saying so far, you did manipulate her, therefore Shylily also manipulated her. That's so stupid. What the fuck are you trying to say? So, Nano betrayed Red's trust in her after believing everything, Shylily said, and either willingly leaked more DMs to Shylily for her opinion, or Shylily asked Nano if there was more to see. Gee, isn't it weird when you ask for things that you are not entitled to see, and then someone provides it? Kind of like how you kept asking, how you kept asking Nano about her art schedule and what she was doing, what work she was doing for other VTubers, and then she provided that info. It's kind of weird. Like, your issue here is like, damn, it really sucks when what I'm doing to other people happens to me. There was no backing out now. She had to go along with the events that came next and carefully maneuvered her way to the best possible outcome for herself. Nothing from Nano's DMs could be made public without her cooperation, and her cooperation wouldn't make sense if she wasn't also a victim. You're presupposing she's not a victim. You're just saying, well, I don't believe her, so she's not a victim. Because her being a victim would require you to have done wrongdoing. Shylily, in lying to Nano, inadvertently gave her the excuse and support she needed to blame all her actions on Red and I, without ever having to show for it. So, but she did show it. You just think she didn't include context, though. So that doesn't make any sense either. Also, why do you seem to pretend it's impossible? It's impossible that Nano suddenly, like, it's impossible that after this many years, Nano was like, damn, I'm not liking working with you anymore. Why is it not possible? Nano's like, I don't like working with Sinder anymore, but she's kind of like making me do stuff. Hey, Shylily, you've kind of, you know, known her a little bit now. You guys are both the same position in the same company. You know, what do you think of her? I feel like, you know, I've seen this, and this. What do you think? Is it not possible Nano just kind of fell out, you know, had a falling out with you, and she kept it, you know, behind closed doors? Is it not also possible at the same time Shylily just doesn't like you? I mean, these are both possible. And even if Shylily doesn't like you, Nano could still be telling the truth about her experience and how she believes it to be true. You kept going on and on about Red being like, Red just said what he genuinely believed at the time. He wasn't trying to lie. He wasn't trying to misrepresent. He was just saying what he genuinely believed at the time. So then why is it not possible that Nano wasn't lying to anyone? Shylily wasn't lying to anyone. They both are just doing and saying, giving their interpretation of what they genuinely believe at the time. So you want everyone to afford you the benefit of the doubt, but you will not allow Shylily nor Nano any benefit of the doubt either. That's very strange, very bizarre, very self-centered, very selfish. Either way, it's the core of your defense, though. So, Nano leaking messages, hiding the truth, going along with the plan. The poster document was about self-serving. Self-preservation in the eyes of Shylily, my friends, and the public at the expense of people who support her for years. Yeah, okay. It's again a know you. It's because, like, what is it? Nano's document says, wow, you've been manipulating and hurting your friends, the people who supported you for years. Now you're doing a know you. She did this, and she's doing this at the expense of people who supported her for years. Yeah, okay. Who wrote Nano's document? Speculation. So we're again on the third speculation in a row here. Logically, we'd say Nano with others as help. At least that's the official narrative, right? What's your conspiracy theory? I do not believe, again in the speculation section, I do not believe Nano wrote her own document. And whoever did manipulated the information Nano had and maliciously wrote about me. Wait, okay, so do you think Nano was going to release a document that just said good things about you? Do you think Nano's intention was to release a document that just said good things about you? Or do you think maybe the intention behind the document from the start was to say you did bad things? I think her intention was that you did bad things in that document. And that whoever helped her just helped her point out the bad things you did. That's not called manipulating information. That's called editing a document. And she also said she's like not English first language, so she needed some help making the English make sense. Anyway, Nano had then presented it to the public, and the real author kept their hands clean from any direct involvement. You had 3 people release documents basically on the same day. I don't think they were trying to hide that it was a group effort. Nano's document states itself that she did not write it or put it together. And that's not what it says. It says native English speakers helped me put them into words. It does not. Why are you misrepresenting you show a screenshot, and then you're misrepresenting that exact screenshot right next to it. Why? You're saying her document states itself that she did not write it or put it together. Her screenshot says, English not being my first language, and the language barrier, I discussed the situation, my feelings and thoughts with native English speakers who helped me put them into words so everything is clear without any misunderstandings due to a lack of English skills. It doesn't say what you just said it did. She's not implying she didn't put the document together. She's not implying she didn't write it. She's implying that they helped her write it. Helped her put it together. Helped being the key word she put here. Helped being that verb right there. Her document starts with Bao's involvement, not about herself. And not about, not what chronologically happened first. Nano was on record saying she didn't care about Bao. This is out of context. You can't just take someone saying, I don't really care about Bao and Cotton. In reference to her schedule, because the topic at the time was Red was in her DMs asking her if she was going to cancel anything, and she said she doesn't really care about Bao and Cotton. That doesn't mean she doesn't care about the people. The implication is she doesn't care about the commissions they have for her, their commissions. She's okay with removing those commissions. But you keep pulling the same out of context sentence, and where she says, I don't really care about Bao and Cotton. You're like, that means she hates them. That means she doesn't like them. That means she doesn't even care about the people. That means she thinks the worst things that could happen to them should happen. That means if they died, she wouldn't give a shit. That's not how this works. So we're bullet point 2 into this, and you've already misrepresented 2 different things. Let's see what 3 says. Third bullet point says, the message from Red about Cotton hurting one of our friends was cut out of the screenshot in Nano's document. Nano would have no reason to do this, and she's on record saying she didn't care about Cotton. Right, as in like neutral. Like, I don't really give a shit. Right? Just like what I said about Bao, the previous one that you misrepresented. Nano had no prior relationship with our friend who was hurt either. Right, so what we've got here on bullet point 3 is it makes no sense for that to be censored, yet it was. That's a strange one, right? I'm not sure what you can claim the motive is, so it seems like more likely you're going to use that as evidence that someone else wrote it. Someone else edited the screenshot, but then the question would be, okay, why would they cut this out? What would be their motive for cutting this line out? I don't really see one, do you? The way Nano's document claims she felt about Red asking her about her plans and gossiping with her contradicts years of her own behavior. Years. I like how you're willing to say years, but when it's about your behavior, it's everything happened in the last couple of months. When it's about Nano's, this is years of her own behavior, years of our relationship together. You're again trying to have it both ways, and you can't. It's either yours or it's not. Issues with situations over the past couple of years claimed in her document weren't a problem to her when they happened. Yeah, and she's claiming she was manipulated during that time. So, okay, so your point doesn't work. She's claiming she was being coerced, lied to, and manipulated to believe certain things. And you're saying, well, during the time, she didn't show any signs that she believed anything different. That doesn't disprove her being manipulated, does it? Nano would have known exactly how the events presented played out and the full context behind them. She lied about them, and someone who was just using Nano's messages helped her do it. That's your opinion. That's your opinion. Well, your opinion is she is lying. Your opinion is, well, I don't think I did anything wrong, so she's clearly lying. That's all you're saying there. They didn't care about the validity of the claims being made, only that they supported the greater narrative, purposely leaving out critical context and distorting order of events. Okay, so the critical context of Cotton being hurt? Well, you don't have a reason for that was removed. You don't. I don't have a reason either. That's not. This is not critical context being removed. This is information being removed for seemingly no reason. Only one screenshot of messages about Spite was included. Okay, and Nano's document never mentioned Red asking her not to work with Spite, even though that seemingly would have helped her argument. Okay, that points to another nonsensical non-inclusion, right? The person who wrote it didn't know about it ever happening. However, I believe this wasn't included on purpose. What? The person who you're presupposing isn't Nano, who wrote the document for her, in your speculation, didn't know about Spite, but you also think they were not included on purpose. How does that make any sense? Either the person knew and didn't include it on purpose, or the person didn't know and therefore couldn't have not included it on purpose because they didn't know about it. Those are mutually exclusive. Those both can't be true. Nano's document repeatedly uses the ampersand symbol throughout it. Not just in section titles, but in the written text too, 25 times. Not once in years of working together has she ever used. All that points to the fact she told you she's working with people to help her English. People helped her make more sense in English. So you being like, well, she formatted it differently than when she was in DMs with me is a fucking obvious point. But not a point for you. It's a point that you don't know how to fucking read. She's English second language, and you're the one who doesn't know how to fucking read. A dozen people, including Nano, Shylily, and Bao, were involved in the planning of these documents. Bao's document doesn't contain any use of ampersand, and I believe Bao wrote her document herself. However, Shylily's reply to my apology used an ampersand. A total of 15 times, and it's right. Okay, now we're getting to the point here. You're trying to imply Shylily wrote Nano's document. Okay. Okay, that's okay. The ampersand thing, that makes more sense now. So, did Shylily write Nano's document? Well, we're in the speculation section, so let's speculate away. We're going bullet point. We got many bullet points on how maybe she did. So, Shylily was already giving me multiple signs that she had a problem with me before any of this happened. True. Shylily was involved from the very start, being the first person Nano told about Red's messages. I believe that's also true. Shylily is more than willing to lie about me herself, as you will see below. Well, I can't say that's true, but you said this is below, so I'll wait until I see it below. Shylily was the one who reached out to Bao for Nano, and most likely was the one to do the same with Cotton, Silvervale, and Spite. Possibly true. Nano's document starts with what happened with Bao, which would make sense if Shylily wrote it instead of Nano. Potentially. Well, if it would make more sense if Shylily wrote it, if it would start with Shylily, though. Wouldn't it? It makes sense from Nano's perspective. If it starts with Bao, it might make sense from Nano's perspective if Nano felt the most guilty about having to cancel models on Bao 2 different times for you. Because I think in your DMs, in the context and DMs you presented earlier, Nano specifically said she's gonna kill me if I cancel on her again, and it seemed like she really didn't want to do it, but she ended up doing it. So I don't think that point stands. I think it makes sense for Nano to include Bao first because she felt most guilty about. She felt like she hurt Bao by doing doing these things for Sinder. The next point here. The message about Cotton hurting a friend of ours is edited out of the screenshot. Yeah. Shylily is also close friends with that person and may have done this to keep them out of things. Maybe. I mean, I can't think of a better motive, so sure, I'll say that it's the most rational thing I can think of so far. A link to the exact timestamp of one of my 2 raids into Shylily's stream that Red told Nano about just so happened to be included in her document in Shylily's defense. A link to the exact timestamp of one of my 2 raids into Shylily's stream that Red told Nano about just so happened to be included in her document in Shylily's defense. So what you're saying is... So you would link this... I guess, no, sorry. Red had linked this exact timestamp to Nano, showing the raid. Nano obviously showed Shylily these DMs. Shylily used this link, this exact timestamped link, in her defense document. Or sorry, in her Google Doc. So this is the point that Shylily wrote it? Or all this says is that they all had access to the same DMs. That's all this says. Which we already know that's true. Nano's document claimed manipulation when there wasn't any. Well, that's you saying that. That's you basically saying Nano's document's a complete lie, which you haven't proven. You haven't proven that, so you can't just outright state that. Shylily was the one who told Nano she was being manipulated, and she was the only other person involved who pushed that claim to the public. Really? Are you saying Bao didn't do it? There was other documents. Didn't Sacramore and Bao also release documents? They also, I think, were pushing the fact that you were a liar and manipulator. So that's not true. Shylily wasn't the only one. Nano also did this. Shylily started her reply to my apology with it discrediting anything I said. Yeah, her point was that you were a liar and manipulator. No shit, she's going to discredit anything you said. Her document was basically a reply to your document. So yeah, no shit, it's going to directly reply to your document. I guess the line she put in her document was, the absolute audacity to sit here and continue to manipulate and gaslight is absolute insanity. Yeah, that makes sense for her document. What's wrong with that? My use of "it's just business" was dishonestly portrayed in Nano's document. Shylily used the phrase in her reply to me and was the only person who lied about the meaning behind it to the public and made it into a meme at my expense. Damn, you sound like you're seething about that. That's a good meme, though. Come on. But I have a feeling... No, her document, it couldn't be the only one. Well, so "it's just business" shows up in Nano's document. And Shylily also used it in her document. So that's... I don't know about that. I guess you're trying to say that both documents were written by Shylily. So, okay. Nano's document says, my friends platformed me when talking about competition. That is very specific wording. A lot of people use platformed. I mean, I don't think Nano would use that word, but... Shylily said something very similar in her reply to my apology. She also said very similar things on her stream. Okay. Like, all these bullet points just to say, they work together, they work together. I think Shylily wrote most of the document. Okay, all your proof is just that, yeah, they work together. Look, they work together. Look, they work together. Look, they work together. Look, they work together. This is proof that Shylily did everything. Okay. These 2 quotes from Nano's document are also very similar to what Shylily said on her stream. Both were claiming manipulation. Shylily specifically used the word problematic when describing someone Nano wouldn't want to work with. Okay. Like, you got a lot of... All you're showing is a lot of proof that Shylily probably had a hand in helping her with the English in her document. That's all you're proving right now. Because, like, to prove that Nano had no part of it, you'd need Nano to say, you're right, I had no part of it. But Nano's not doing that. Nano's backing it and saying, yeah, no, this is my words. Other people helped me write it. Okay, so that explains everything you're seeing here. Shylily implied she was directly involved in making the documents on her stream. It's outright stated, I thought. What do you mean implied? It's outright fucking stated, I thought. So it's not, it sounds like it's not being hidden at all. It's not fucking hidden at all, but you're like, I came to the bottom, I got to the bottom of this. I got to the bottom. Did you know that it's out in the open, but they work together? And they wrote their documents together? Oh my god. Most importantly, Nano's document is filled with the use of the ampersand in its writing, just like and only like Shylyly's own reply to me. Wow. So the what is it called? The smoking gun is the ampersand. Oh my god. So your conclusion is it's fairly obvious to me. Obvious? Yes. To me, that word sounded off to me for a second. I thought I missaid it. It's fairly obvious to me that Nano conspired with Shylily to write her document for her. That's an awfully weird way to say worked together. They conspired to write the document. Well, Nano just says they helped her with her English. So, I mean, there's two different ways to write that sentence. Even if Nano lied to Shylily from the start, Shylily still helped the lie. So, your position is Nano lied. Nano went to Shylily and lied and said, man, Sinder's awful. Sinder and Red, bad people. And Shylily, who already had an axe to grind, was like, I love this. Let's write a document together. And so they both lied to you about you together, but really it was Shylily writing both documents. This doesn't make any sense. This is a stupid story you're writing here. Besides presenting everything in such a convoluted order, you have no fucking room to be talking about fucking convoluted order and presenting everything in such a stupid way. Because this document is fucking ridiculous. This document is fucking retarded. You have the breakdown, like, and there's still fucking 300 more pages. There's 300 pages after the fucking breakdown. Why? The breakdown should essentially be, you should probably have, like, the breakdown, like, analysis, and then conclusion, and then maybe your fucking closing remarks. This shit makes no fucking sense. You don't know how to write a document. You don't even know how to be remotely concise, obviously. Being the person who presumably wrote Nano's document, Shylily and Nano would have known exactly what I meant by it's just business. What? They wrote, like, your position is they wrote the documents together, therefore they should know what you mean by it's just business? How does that make any sense? You're saying they did this in bad faith. For all you know, they interpreted... Well, it could be they interpreted you correctly, you just don't like that interpretation. But she was the one who lied the most about it. In Nano's document, in her reply to me, and in her stream... Oh, I missaid that. So, but she was the only one who lied about it most in Nano's document, in her reply to me, and on her stream. Interesting how she was able to connect my messages from that same conversation with Nano to how I must have known about what Red said in his DMs with her 2 years later, but somehow not the fact that my use of the phrase and its meaning came directly from what he said the day before. She's saying you're both assholes, though. She's not saying, man, he used it good and you used it bad. No, you're both assholes. You're both business mindset assholes. If she's connecting that you both used it, she's saying you both are assholes. Why is that hard to understand? And you act like including the screenshots from when you used it like proves anything. Yeah, she might have connected the two and been like, wow, you're both assholes. But she's obviously focused on you because you're using Red as like a scapegoat. And not to say Red isn't an asshole who did things wrong, but you are the VTuber. You are the face. He is the manager. Breaking down Bao's document. Okay. Originally, I had gone through Bao's entire document, pointing out the lies within it, but I no longer believe she and the other friends were lying. Oh. Is it because it's retarded to claim literally everyone's fucking lying about you? Is it retarded that no one's going to believe if you say, well, there were like 4 documents released, and all 4 documents from people are all just liars. Everyone's just liars. Everyone talking about me is just a liar. Is it because that's very stupid to say? They were misinformed. Oh, okay. They were just repeating things they were misinformed about, totally. And were speaking from what they thought was true. Nano and Shylily lied to and manipulated them all to see the story their way. They convinced them, more like. They manipulated them or they convinced them? It depends on how you're portraying this. It could easily be Nano believed everything she said. She told Shylily. Shylily, who already disliked you, believed what Nano said. Nano and Shylily both went to, well, I guess Shylily primarily went to Bao and the other, Cotton, or no, not Cotton, someone else. Silver, I guess. Went to these other people and said, here's what Nano told me. Bad stuff about Sinder. I already don't like Sinder. What is your guys' experience? Well, she's a bitch. Let's write documents about her. Like, this doesn't have, like, none of that has to be, like, originating from lies. But your position is, it's all just lies. It's all lies. Nano's lying about everything. Bao was understandably hurt when she found out about what happened. And wasn't in a sound state of mind after her surgery. Damn. How long after her surgery was this? Like, you can't... How long after a surgery are you no longer in the right state of mind? What is this linked to?
Then a couple days go by, and I'm healed up for the most part. It's not, like, the worst procedure ever, but it did induce a really bad period, and that is historically when my mood and mental is not the best. So I've been, you know.
It did induce what? What the hell is she saying?
And yeah, so then.
Is this an example of her not being 100% right now? So this was 5 months ago. Well, okay, I mean, she seems a little out of it, but she clearly is talking, she's streaming, she's VTubing, and she says, hey, this surgery, coming back from the surgery, the anesthesia has left me a little off, you know? Okay, sure. But she sounds like, I don't think you can blame it. Like, has she rescinded her words? Has Bao said, I no longer believe this? I don't know. Has she? I'll go to Bao's... Actually, I'm just going to go to Bao's Twitter account right now. Let's see. I'll see if she said anything. Bao. What has she said recently, since then? Bro, what's going on? Stop with the... I guess I should be careful about what I'm scrolling past, but... there could easily be porn in her replies. I didn't think of that. I'm not really... Unless I missed it, I'm not seeing her actually say anything about it. Bro. Alright, I don't know. I'm not seeing any, like, recent posts about it. Alright, I don't know. I'm not seeing anything about it, so I don't think she's responded to it. At least not that I can find. Alright then. So I don't know. It remains to be seen. I guess if they know, they'll tell us, but I don't know if Bao's changed her mind at all. I don't think so, but if she did, it would explain why Sinder is being less harsh on her. Anyway. I'll be going over parts of Bao's document with the context that she may not have had the full story from Nano and our side of the story, and pointing out her assumptions that weren't true. You know, there's another reason this document's so fucking long, is because she's like, alright, I have to cover things I said in my previous document, I have to cover all of Nano's document, I have to cover all of Bao's document. Well, actually, she said she's doing parts of Bao's document. She's got to cover Silver's document. She's got to cover Shylily and her document, I think. So she's trying to cover literally every single document all at once in one document. And even then, I still think 1,000 is fucking bullshit. Don't do that. But Yeah, okay. Just like in Nano's document, Bao's document presents things as if her model was only canceled once in August 2024, even though Nano canceled a second time in her deal with Red in 2025. I'll address this below. So you're saying they could have portrayed you worse and they didn't? Why is that a point against them? So here's the first excerpt here. Before I start, I want to point out why I'm addressing both Sinder and Redacted, despite the messages being largely from Redacted. Many times throughout the messages, the words we, we're, our occur numerous times. As someone who was close to and worked with Sinder for years, I have firsthand experience how Sinder and Red collaborate and the extent to which Red operates as her primary point of contact in her professional and personal projects. It is that experience that leads me to believe that all requests and messages sent by Red were both known and approved by Sinder. Yeah, that's reasonable to believe. That's reasonable to assume. Now, obviously, when you say something like this, you don't mean like literally everything was like read and meticulously agreed to. But in a vague, general sense, yes, this is very reasonable. Just like with any company. If there was a company, like if I'm thinking of like fucking, I don't know, McDonald's. Let's think of McDonald's, right? If I was to say the McDonald's PR manager, what he states is approved of and supported by the McDonald's Corporation. That's a reasonable statement, I would say, because he's hired by them, he works for them, and they're associated with him, he's associated with them, and his job is literally to provide public relations for McDonald's. Now, Red does all sorts of shit for you, Sinder. He does the public relations, he handles art, he handles random collaboration information, he does all kinds of shit, merch, you know, so to claim he doesn't represent you is really stupid. Anyway. Just like Nano's document, this was an assumption that they corroborated with each other, and Bao refers to Red's actions as both of ours in her document. Yes, they are both of yours. This wasn't true, and no one could definitively say that in every single instance of Red was just a surrogate for my thoughts and feelings. Red is an individual who can think for and feel for himself. Bao shows 0 screenshots of my own DMs in her document. She doesn't have to, bro. She doesn't have to. It is, yes, like you keep thinking, oh, well, he doesn't speak for everything I say. He's basically, yeah, he's someone that you have essentially decided to represent you. If he doesn't represent you, then you fucked up. And you still are to blame. Because you chose someone to represent you who misrepresents you. So you are still to blame. You are still the fuck up here, if that's the case. One of the only times Bao, especially when you originally threw him under the bus and said he did everything, and then came back and said, actually, hold on. No, I took him back as a boyfriend and as a manager. Like, no, okay, so you either work with him or you don't. You either support or you don't. You can't be like, well, he's his own person and he does things I don't like, but he's also my manager and I threw him out and blamed him, but now I'm taking him back. Like, this just shows you as a wishy-washy, weird, manipulative person. One of the only times Bao had first-hand experience of the way Red and I worked together was with the She-Wolf cover song. Bao messaged Red, not me, and Red didn't tell me all the information when he asked about it, or when he asked me about it, or in the 3 days before Bao messaged me directly. Her own experience with us should have cast doubt on this claim. Well, it didn't. So, okay, it should have done it, according to you, didn't. What's your point? So in March 2024, I announced that one of my subathon goals was a live 2D model. Nanoless was going to be the live 2D illustrator. After she finished both the design and base model sketch, there was suddenly a back and forth on whether or not she had the physical and mental capacity to continue my model. I was very sad, as I had not only teased a screenshot of the model sketch on Twitter, but had grown very attached to the design and showed it to all my friends. In a private group chat that Sinder was a part of, I shared how devastated I was, and she did not comment or say anything, despite others in the group chat comforting me and reassuring me. That happened. That's all legit. Again, she's going to go down to Nano saying, I didn't start Bao yet. But then a week later canceling it. Again, how does that make any sense? How is it that Nano, it could just be Nano misrepresenting because she wants to support you. She's like, no, don't worry, I can cancel. I haven't even started yet. Misrepresenting how far she's actually gone into it. Nano could have been misrepresenting how far into Bao's commission she was because she's trying to appear supportive for you, like she's willing to just drop everything for Sinder stuff. I don't know. But either way, the point is Bao is under the impression, hey, it's further along. Nano released the document, I think, corroborates this. So, I don't know. As I will show, Bao is clearly talking about her model being canceled in August of 2024 here. After she finished both the design and... Yeah, okay. Nano told Red herself that Bao's model hadn't been started. But how can it not be started, but there's a base sketch and a design? It's not started, but the design and base sketch created, plus a week later. There was a week. So first there's a design. Second, there's a base sketch. Then there was a week of work, potentially. Then it was canceled. I'd say that counts as being somewhat, in the middle of working on it. I would say that counts. 2 weeks before canceling Bao's model, Nano told him she wanted to cancel models, asking him about canceling Bao specifically, telling him, and I like how earlier, like, no, he didn't talk to her about Bao specifically, and you're proving he does right here. Bao saying there was a back and forth could imply Nano approached her before August 5th when Red messaged Nano again, already saying she may not continue her model. Yeah. That doesn't prove she wasn't partially into it. In a private group chat that Sinder was a part of, yeah, okay. This was Bao's message she sent to our group chat when, yeah, we saw that earlier. She said, Nano had to drop me as a client because of her work. Schedule's too hectic. Sad. And you didn't reply to it. I knew about this before Bao did. I felt guilty about it and didn't know what to say, so I didn't say anything. I should have been a better friend and at least tried talking to Nano for her, but I didn't. Gee, isn't that exactly what Bao said then? If this was Nano's decision, like I was told, I wasn't going to get involved. So you're a bad friend then. So Bao's okay to include this. This is not wrong of Bao to include. So I don't know why you're even commenting on this. You don't have to comment on everything. She was right about this and you're just proving her right for some reason? Sinder and Redacted were deliberately sabotaging. But I now realize the reason for her silence was because Sinder and Red were deliberately sabotaging ongoing commissions and blocking VTubers such as myself from having access to art from Nanoless. This claim is false. Bao would only have said this if Nano told her. This was what was happening. So Bao can't think for herself. Nano can't think for herself. The only person who can think for themselves is Shylily. But also Nano lied. And then Shylily lied. And so Bao could only know this because Nano lied? This is like weird circular logic. Bao had reason to believe it too. And Nano telling her that the model was one of the ongoing commissions affected. Yeah, so Bao had reason to believe. And she was told this is what happened, so why this is what happened then? What do you mean? You're claiming it's false based on what? Based on what? Right after talking all about August 2024, when her model was canceled the first time, Bao presents screenshots from January 15, 2025, over 5 months later to explain why her model was canceled in August. It is out of order and missing context as well. Okay, but I saw your context, and it doesn't help you. The screenshots Bao shows of Nano's DMs in red are the same ones Nano uses in her document, including timestamp or time zone discrepancies I discussed. I will include the date and time of them in Eastern like I did before, yada yada. Okay. Screenshot we've already seen. Like shown above, Nano's messages calling the deal fair were cut. Yeah, okay. Same shit we've seen before. As I pointed out before, Bao's document shows the message about Cotton. Okay, yep. Things we've seen before. And again, messages. Alright. Yep, stuff we've seen before. Alright. Here we go. Alright, so this is now Bao saying, Nanoless asked Redacted on why he is encouraging her to not finish my model. Redacted then lists my name amongst various VTubers as well as the vendettas Sinder and Redacted harbor against each. Bao has been getting on our nerves for a while. She hijacked our YouTube editor, constantly picking up artists that we work with. Now she's barking up the tree of one of our live 2D animators as a way of guilt-tripping others to get her way. This is what Redacted lists as evidence. Sorry. This is what Redacted lists as reasons why Nanoless should cancel her ongoing live 2D commission with me. Live 2D commission. All the while continuing to collaborate with me and pretending to be my friend. This is not what friends do. Friends do not sabotage other friends out of business opportunities. Friends do not spread lies to fuel selfish narratives. Friends do not use the private information they get from the privilege of being close friends just to use it to manipulate others. Yeah, and that's something that I don't see anyone really calling out too much, is that you were using the fact that you were friends with the artist to get private information about what that artist is working on, and then using that information to cut certain people out and getting certain people canceled out of commissions. Nano should not, you should not have asked Nano for that private information about other VTubers as commissions, but Nano also shouldn't have given you that information. However, Nano claims it's because you manipulated her into doing so. So, either way, I do think that's a point against Nano for doing that to begin with, but the fact that you still think it's normal to do is a little bizarre too. Anyway, so Nanoless asks Redacted on why he is encouraging her to not finish my model. This statement is false and is not what happened, but Bao may have been told this was the case. You know, I think Bao can read though. Like, there were screenshots given to Bao, and I think Bao can read. And so far, I haven't seen any evidence that Bao rescinded her claims. Let's see. The list above was how Red felt about Bao. That's what she's saying. Oh, your issue is that she said Sinder and Redacted. Not just that this is how Red felt. Your issue is that she included you. So you're going to say, I didn't feel this way, Red did. But you guys are a fucking team. Act like it. The list above is how Red felt about Bao and his reasoning as to why he wanted to exclude her from working with Nano in his exclusivity deal in January 2025. But Bao, who only had the context Nano shared with her, applied these reasons to her model being canceled in August 2024 to explain why Red manipulated. It does apply to those. It's not like... Here's you deliberately misleading here. The same reasons why she canceled models in 2025 is the same reason she canceled models back in 2024. In that she was being pressured by Red and you, by extension, through Red, to focus mostly on Sinder stuff. It's not like these weren't the exact reasons that it was canceled in August 2024, but it's the same, like there's a through line. There's a through line that you seem to be ignoring for some reason of the constant behavior of Red and you. While Red was looking to prevent Bao from working with Nano, which was wrong, he didn't even know Bao had a model planned with her again. When Nano told him about it, he backed off. No, he didn't. He even says in his document, or sorry, in his part of this document, he says, when I was told that Bao had a model coming, he says he didn't exactly stop, like he didn't discourage it. He didn't discourage, which means he tacitly approved of her canceling. So like, he suddenly finds out Bao has a model coming. Nano's like, I'm kind of thinking about canceling them. Suddenly, Red backs off. He doesn't encourage nor discourage. Well, I guess he kind of implicitly encourages, but he doesn't discourage in any way. Because in his words, he said something along the lines of, well, it kind of like what Nano's bringing up in her own words fits what I want already. So I just let her do it, essentially. Like, I didn't discourage it. I let it go forward. But then his reasoning before, his excuse was, but Nano's her own person. She has her own agency. So therefore, this is her decision, though. It's like, yeah, but you do realize this is manipulation, right? Where you're willing to encourage or discourage based on what helps Sinder. And when something that's happening that helps you, you don't do anything. You don't stop it. But if something's happening that hurts you, now you're there to be like, no, I'm here. I'm going to discourage it. I'm here for Sinder's best I'm here to promote the best for Cinder. You're manipulating. That's a form of manipulation. You can argue it makes sense for business, but that's of course why people laughed at you guys for the business is business. It's just business lines. Because it's selfish. You're fucking over friends. You're fucking over fellow VTubers who were supposed to be your friends. Who Cinder still to this day says they're friend. So yeah, I don't know. Anyway, this is what Redacted lists as reasons. Okay, Bao's model was can't. Yeah, again, you're gonna be like, it's not the exact thing. He wasn't talking. He was talking about 2025, not 2024. You guys have been saying the same shit for years. Just like I showed before, same screenshot. I'm gonna again harp on the same exact out of context screenshot, even though I keep harping on we need more context, more context. I'm gonna pull the non-context screenshots. I do not believe Nano would cancel the project if she had any significant amount of work invested. Okay, you don't have anything to back that up, though. What we do know is Bao said there was a design, there was a sketch, 2 different things mentioned, and then also that there was a week of work at least between when she said she was thinking about it and when it was actually canceled. All of this suggests that there was at least some work into it. And your go-to excuse is, well, I don't believe this would, this doesn't seem like, to me, to be the case if there was a significant amount of work. This is all like, all right, what's significant? How much is significant? We can admit that there was some work done. Then we gotta split hairs on how much constitutes significant, and then we gotta split hairs on whether or not we think Nanoless would cancel, depending on where it is in the project. This is dumb. This is a dumb defense. Alright. Friends do not sabotage other friends. Right. I've never done any of these things. My friends, both knowingly and unknowingly, sabotaged me. So you're doing a no you again. I never sabotaged anyone. You did. That's your defense here. Okay. I never... my friends both knowingly and unknowingly sabotaged me of innumerable business opportunities when they chose to make this public. You do realize this is after you fucked them over. Your defense is, nuh-uh, they fucked me over after I fucked them over. So therefore, they're to blame. They're the assholes here. Nanoless and Shylily spread lies about me to fuel their own selfish narratives to my friends, to the public. Nano used the private information Nano had in her messages with Red that she had from being close friends with him. Holy shit. It's basically like saying, you're basically blaming her for what you are doing. Because literally, earlier in Bao's document says Red used private information he got from the artist about other VTubers' commissions in order to manipulate and get things canceled in a way that benefits Cinder. Now, what you're saying is, nuh-uh, no you. Nano used private information that Nano had in her messages with Red from being close friends in order to manipulate my friends in the public. Okay, so you're not the manipulator mastermind. It's Nano. Nano is the manipulator mastermind, even though she can barely speak English. She's the manipulator mastermind behind this. Okay. Bao's model wasn't sabotaged by Red when it was originally canceled in 2024. According to what? According to who? He didn't lie about anything he genuinely believed about her. Wasn't Red also saying we can find her a new model mommy or whatever the fuck? What does that mean? That sounds like encouragement. That does sound kind of like encouraging it to happen. Like, don't worry, we can find her a new model mommy. Why did he say that? What does that imply? He's trying to he's dismissing the worry about canceling Bao's model while encouraging the fact that, hey, you can do it and it'll be fine. He didn't lie about anything. He genuinely believed about her. Okay, then why can't we say the same thing of Nano? Why can't we say the same thing of Shylily? You seem to be willing to say it about Bao. You're saying Bao's just saying what she genuinely believes. Why can't it be that Nano didn't lie about anything? Nano's just saying what she genuinely believed. And Shylily is just saying what she genuinely believes. No, it's only you and Red who get afforded that benefit of the doubt for some reason, even though you guys don't deserve it because you admitted to lying already. And you put out your apology document, and then in this document you say you've lied about certain things in your apology document. So there's just, by your own words, you're a liar. And we're supposed to afford you the benefit of the doubt, but not others. Very strange. Yeah. Alright. So, after showing screenshots from 2025, January, the next screenshot she presents is from August 2024. Okay, so you're like, oh no, they're out of order. Oh no, the screenshots are out of order. Therefore, if they were in the right order, everyone would think I'm very cool and very friendly, right? More screenshots of them urging Nano to cancel the ongoing live 2D commission with me. Even mentioning how excited I was about it when I showed them the design during Sinder and I's concert at WeebCon 2024. These are all Red's messages, not from them, like... What? Okay, this is you again going with the defense of Red did this, not me. But then later being like, but Red's staying with me as manager. Alright. I wouldn't offer it for free, maybe half price if she starts shit, lol. Yeah, here's Red basically encouraging her, saying, don't sell yourself short. I think she'd be fine with taking the design and finding someone else. You're basically saying, hey, I'm helping you figure out how to basically cancel Bao's design, or her model. I don't know what I have ever done to either Redacted or Sinder to deserve this level of vitriol towards me. I don't remember having any issue or any problem that couldn't have been solved by talking. In Nano's section, Red explained that he thought Nano should still be paid for the design work he did for Bao. The possibility of her starting shit was based on his own opinion on how she'd react to bad news. A screenshot of her DMs shown in Bao's document was not included in Nano's document. Okay, so it's all Red's doing. Got it. Red did it! I didn't do it. Also, Nano lies. Wow. Fantastic response. On March 20th, I started a group Discord call that lasted 5 hours to hang out with my editors. In this group call, Blank shared with us that he was afraid to ask Sinder for a raise because he initially turned down an exclusivity deal. As a friend to both Sinder and Blank, I encouraged, I think this is Sacramore, possibly, either way. Or this is like artist number 1 or artist number 2, I don't know. It doesn't matter. I encouraged him to take the deal and reassured him that it would not change our friendship, as I would never want someone I care about to miss an opportunity, even if it meant I would lose him as an editor. The other editors who were in the call can corroborate this. We were completely unaware Bao encouraged our video editor to take our exclusivity offer. This call apparently happened over a month before I was canceled, over a month after Nano canceled the deal with Red, and over 2 months since they first made it. Wait, what? Our video editor never told Red or I about this. The few times they asked for raises while working with me, I was more than happy to accommodate. Okay, so you don't really have a response for that, is what you're saying. I'm in shock and disbelief that this is the narrative they decided I deserved, saying that I harbored an invisible jealousy because my songs quote-unquote flopped. Made me feel sick to my stomach. In late 2024, I was dealing with a debilitating TMG pain that resulted in me having to drain fluid from my jaw joint to open my mouth properly. They both knew this. I have always wanted my friends to succeed alongside me, and I don't know how they could say these things while simultaneously weaponizing my most vulnerable moments against me. Red pieced together the narrative he convinced himself of and told Nano, as was laid out in Bao's section. Bao was the one who spoke ill of her own songs Okay, so you're gonna blame Bao for it. Okay, so now you're like, Red did it, not me, Red did it. But also Bao's the one who talked bad about herself. I'm gonna defend Red now. I'm gonna blame Red, but then Red blamed Bao, so now I'm gonna blame Bao like he did. Wow, fantastic friend you are. It had nothing to do with the TMG she's talking about, but I can see why she'd think it was. Her most vulnerable moments were not used against her. Are you sure? Are you sure? What? You don't have any evidence to disprove that? And she has all the reason to believe you did it, because you're a weird, lying, manipulative person based on your actions and everything before us. Like, everything we've seen before. Why aren't you solving this privately? If you look at the timeline of events from Nano's document, some of the messages date back years. I found out about this less than 48 hours ago and did not give and they did not give me common courtesy of talking to me privately about this over those years. My thoughts, feelings, and my most vulnerable, darkest moments that I shared in confidence with people I thought would be by my side years and years from now may have been used as information to ruin my chances to have the same VTuber model as someone I thought was my friend. And I don't know if I can ever be the same after this. I don't know how anyone can understand the timeline of events from Nano's document when everything was presented out of order and out of context. That's not a good response. You don't properly understand the timeline. Yeah, bad response. This was not over years. It was, in fact, over years. Why? If it's not over years, why does your document show DMs with Nanoless from 2023 to 2024 to 2025? Why? If it was not over years, why does it show years? You fucking idiot. The only times Nano and Red had meaningful conversations about Bao was at the end of July, early August 2024, and in January 2025. From the time Bao's document was written, the oldest of these messages would have been about 9 months old. The problem with Red had with Bao was in early December 2024, and 4.5 months before her document was posted. Either of us should have talked to Bao when we had a chance. We didn't. Okay, so you're like, no, yeah, we should talk to you, but it would have been, we only had months to talk to you, not years. You fucking, why do you need to diminish this? Just say you're fucking sorry. Just say I messed up. You're right. We could have handled this privately. We didn't. I'm sorry. You're fucking, you had the hard cope about it by being like, no, it wasn't. Well, it wasn't years. It was more like several months that may have blended into a couple years. Okay. None of these reasons Bao listed above or anything else Red said to Nano about Bao's private information, things she shared in confidence, or anything had to do with her I misread this entirely. Hold on. None of the reasons Bao listed above or anything else Red said to Nano about Bao was private information, things she shared in confidence, or had anything to do with her most vulnerable, darkest moments. Yeah, they were. What do you mean? Nano shared to Red her commission schedule, which included private information such as the commissions that Nano was working on for Bao. To Red, who is a third party who is unrelated and shouldn't know. Red should not have access to the information about what Nano is doing for Bao and when. It's none of his fucking business. Yet he asked for this. He asked for this information. He asked for the schedule. He asked for who else, what other VTubers she's working on. And when he received this private information, when he received the information from Nano, that the fact that she has Bao on her schedule, he encouraged her to find someone else. He's like, you can cancel it, don't worry. His defense is, I didn't say specifically Bao. I didn't say you had to cancel specifically Bao. But when she said, I'm thinking about canceling Bao, he encouraged it. He's like, oh, yeah, it's not that big of a deal. No, it's not that big of a deal. We can find another person. We can take the design and find another person to do it for her. Yeah, no. It was used against. There was private information that Red used against Bao. Yes. I would like to ask the community to refrain from spreading any harmful speculation. Everything shared in this document was done so with the express permission of those who shared it with me. I made this document with the intent to refute the claims made about me in the screenshots. Thank you for taking the time to read this. Wow. So now we have, we're looking at excerpts from Bao's stream. Jesus. All right. Jesus. Bao the Whale VODs. All right. So, on April 27th, which would have been, I guess, this is probably the day she released her document, right? Yeah. So this is after, Sinder released her apology document, her first one. Bao streamed that night, and after posting her tweet in response to Sinder's apology, Just like her document, I won't be going over everything Bao said on her stream, and many of the things she said were because she was convinced it was the truth. I'm choosing to believe she wasn't lying, but she was wrong. Uh-huh. Okay. So I guess she's got timestamps for when this shows up in the video. I'm not gonna show everything, and she proceeds to show us like fucking so many fucking cuts. Jesus. So Bao says in her stream, well, I don't know. I can't even remember what the conversation was like because I was just in such a state of... It was like I'm hearing what Lily and Nano are telling me, but it's like I cannot compute it. I just kind of remember seeing the screenshot. She's going to use this as evidence. She's not in the right headspace. She doesn't know what she's talking about. How much did Nano tell Bao? And how much did Shylily say for her? The screenshots Bao saw couldn't have been more than what Shylily saw. I believe Nano hid the full context. Oh, yeah. Nano's the master manipulator, not you. Okay. In every scenario, I tried to wrap my head around what I would have done if I was in their shoes. I can't. I couldn't understand it. We could have been through so much offline and online, and there is nothing more confusing and more painful than seeing someone in your friend group be so kind and so warm to everyone around you and feeling that they have slowly become colder and colder towards you and not knowing what you did or if it's your imagination. But because everyone loves them, you don't know if you want to say anything. And so you keep it to yourself and you keep hoping it's your imagination, but then the cruel realization hits that it wasn't. And it's even worse than you could have ever imagined. And you wonder why all those times where they talked over you or ignored you, you had done something wrong. And I just kept asking myself, out of everyone in our friend group, why was it me? And like, what did I do differently? For so long, I was jealous of how warm they treated my friends. And I wondered why it just felt so different towards me. Reading everything confirming my worst fears was awful. Bao couldn't understand what happened. Bao's a fucking moron. He didn't understand. But yeah, why do this? She couldn't understand what happened because she didn't have the full context or ever know the motivation, the reason behind it. Plain intersection. You're basically saying Bao's a fucking moron, but Red and I never talked to her when we should have. I'm sorry to Bao for that. Common fucking asshole apology. I'm sorry for that thing right there. Everything else, no, I'm not sorry. That right there, that little part right there, I'm sorry. Everyone knows how special a VTuber's debut is. This is kind of the most important day of a VTuber's career, and all the preparation foresight needed to make it happen. No one tells you how stressful the project management is. No one tells you how to run a commission. All the assets, all the coordination with merch shops to have everything come out on the dot, making sure that at the same time you're planning everything, you are having to advertise it. You know you have to look at a content creator online, and even though you are seeing one person on the screen, behind that one person is a really big team, and they have to coordinate with. And that takes a lot of time. If you are a VTuber, you have models, live 2D artists to work with. You know that they're booked out sometimes years in advance, and have a sudden cancellation like that happen so suddenly right in the middle of everything happening I can't even begin to tell you how hard it is to pivot and to restructure how the rest of the next month or a couple of months is going to go in order to fill up that space. Some VTubers planned this out years in advance. I'm not even joking. So to say I was devastated when my model was canceled is kind of an understatement. I completely sympathize with what Bao said here, which is part of the reason why Nano was so important to Red. You know, actually, I just realized I could just be playing these out loud. Look, I just realized I'm just going to play these out loud rather than reading through them. It'll probably be faster. All right, so from 26:35, 28:12. Her own words.
And I sat on that design for so long. And I was so heartbroken that I just deleted the tweet where I teased it. Like, I couldn't even look at it anymore. I don't know. Maybe it's stupid, but if you're a VTuber, your model is what represents you, and you really do have to fall in love with it because it's an extension of yourself. And so I had that model as my subathon goal, one of my top subathon goals for a while. And, you know, I showed it to everybody around me. I'm very used to very cute, dainty designs, and I wanted to, I just wanted to see what it would feel like to have a sexier model. And so I had that one.
Sexier than this? Or is she talking about
Ever
our previous?
since that happened,
I guess we're talking a while back.
Getting a different artist and keeping the design, but it felt like it wasn't
the same. Yeah.
I didn't want an artist to just draw over the design, so I just shelved it.
New
I
design.
hope that maybe one day Nano would be free enough to take my commission. I told her that even if it was years from now, I would love to revisit the commission. So,
is that the end of the clip? It says that's the end of the clip. Yeah, I would love to revisit the commission. Okay. Bao said here that her model with Nano was shelved and implied it was never ever rescheduled. Or sorry, implied that it wasn't ever rescheduled again. Okay. So why are you saying that? What's your point? I don't get it. I don't know what you're trying to say. Bao said that her model with Nano was shelved and implied it wasn't ever rescheduled again. I don't know what point you're trying to make. Okay. So now we got 29, 28 to 30, 25.
So many ways to be competitive and still not hurt other people in the process. And,
True.
I don't know. Like, I feel like even when she was so much smaller than me and was just starting out, I still remember showing up, calling her during a random stream and just making a little bit out of it. And like, I think I speak for all my friends, but we wouldn't be where we are if it weren't for each other.
Okay. Wait. We're here, so we got 30, 25. Sorry, there's a little bit more.
And I've always felt that way, that every success that each of us has is everyone's success.
Okay. A good statement, sure. So she says, I was never competitive towards Bao in the same way I felt towards Silver, but you were to some degree. I agree with everything Bao said here, and I'll always be grateful to her and my friends for what they did for me, and proud of what I was able to do for them too. Okay. Sure. So we go to 3302.
Like, and that's the most fucked up part about it, is like, the whole time I was like, what did I do? Like, what did I do?
There's no talking here. Very sad, yes. I know it's just, sorry, it's probably a wrong time for this, but I'm just like, it'd be nice if her model could cry. If she could have tears on her model, maybe they'd think that's corny. I don't know.
And like, why was I even considered a threat at all? I felt like she was so much more successful, and I felt like she had everything that I could ever dream of. And like, there was no need to kick the ladder down. There was no need.
True. If Bao or any of my friends had come to us before making things public, they would have found out the motivation behind what Red did. Bao was never considered a threat. Someone put that idea into her head. What? Because it's not something ever said in Red's messages. It is fucking explicitly said. What do you mean? Red specifically says he had some sort of issue with Bao, so he decided to include her name in the second, or in the exclusivity deal in 2025. He knew that you, Sinder, didn't agree. You didn't agree to the same degree, like, extent. You disagreed to the extent to which she's a competitor. But Red definitely thought she was competition, and Red put her name in there because he felt like she was doing something against you guys. Like poaching your video editors, poaching your artists and such. Red definitely thought she was competition. You're lying here. You are lying here. Weird timing to lie here. Why? Why lie? Okay. Boop. Boop. Yeah.
How could you accuse me of being a thief when I spent 5 hours talking to our editor, telling him and assuring him that I would never stop being his friend even if he took an exclusivity deal with you? And it would mean I would only have 2 editors for my channel. And like, that still did not stop me from considering your financial well-being and the success and growth of your channel. And they could not even spare the same thought for me.
Yeah, that's fucked up. Is that the end of that one? 52, 53? Yeah, alright. But not spare the same thought for me. Like I explained when going over Bao's document, our editor never told Red or I about this conversation with Bao. We had no idea it ever happened. Red was the one who had the problem with our editor working with Bao. And so I like how earlier, like, we didn't see her as competition. But for some reason, Red had an issue. Like, you're contradicting yourself right here. Bao was never considered a threat. Don't put that idea in her head. Not something Red ever said. However, Red had a problem with the editor working with Bao. Why? Why would he have that problem? Before that, it wasn't an issue for either of us, except initially, like I explained in Bao's section, Red's conversation with Nano about it was in January 2025, 2 months before Bao's conversation with our editor. Okay. You're lying about the fact that Red clearly had it out for Bao. That's why he included her name without telling you. But now you're defending Red by pretending like, no. Bao was never seen as a threat. She was never a competition. Sure. All right. That's 2. Okay.
Like, you do not know how many times I was told to put in my Google Doc the fact that you had a significant other, and no matter how many people told me to put it in and how stupid I would be to not put it in, I could not bring myself to put it in because I knew that what that would do to your reputation, and you could not spare that same.
What happened to chat?
You could not spare that same thought for me.
Why was chat censored?
It would have been so easy for me to prove that you had seen the messages, but I couldn't do it because in the end, I still wouldn't do that to you, and so I wonder why you would do that to me.
Yeah. I appreciate Bao not putting my relationship in her document, while under the pressure from Shylily and our other friends to do so, but I would never do that to anyone like she claimed I would. But you did, though. You would. You showed yourself to be vindictive and manipulative. Red and I being in a relationship doesn't prove that I have seen all his messages. Yeah, but if you... Look, if Red doesn't represent you, you're an idiot for choosing him to represent you. If you don't approve of all the messages, then you're also an idiot for not looking at all the messages. It is your business. You're the VTuber. He represents you. You should probably be aware of what's fucking happening. My friends had no way of knowing that, or not just because... Wait. My friends had no way of knowing that, or not just because we were together. No way of knowing that or not. Just because we were together. However, if Nano lied about the alleged years of manipulation and abuse she suffered, quote-unquote, with us, then I could see why my friends wouldn't believe I didn't know about any of the things I actually didn't. Well, here's the thing. In this document, as I've said before, you have specifically admitted to lying about stuff in your apology document from April 27th, where you said there was things you claimed you didn't know, but you actually did know. So now we can't trust you ever at this point. We cannot give you the benefit of the doubt when you say, I didn't know this. I didn't know he was doing this. We can't trust that. But the story Nano told him isn't true. Sure it isn't. All right, now we've got, okay.
When I read your apology, I was just looking for some semblance of... I just wanted to know if you would know what to say. I just wanted to know if you had ever thought of me as a close friend, or if it was just one-sided or not. And I felt like I still didn't know by the end of reading your apology. And that really fucking sucks. And now I just don't know what to think or what to believe. And how easily I could have turned this into a personal vendetta. But I kept it strictly about the people and the clients that were affected and how their careers were put on pause because suddenly a month-long project was put on hold, and to pivot so suddenly, especially when so many VTuber debuts are tied around a holiday or a birthday on dates that cannot be changed.
Bro. Okay, so what's their response? When I wrote my apology, I was blindsided by what Red did. Oh, and so it's all Red's doing now? And said about her to Nano behind my back. I thought he didn't see her. Earlier you said Red didn't see her as competition. Suddenly Red's doing stuff behind your back against Bao? Why would he have reason to do that? I couldn't accurately explain everything that happened between Red and I over Bao with the pressure I was under, but I also felt I couldn't own up to the way I treated Bao and the role I was playing in making her feel that way. The way she did without the context. I didn't know what to do and what to say or how to say it, so I said the bare minimum. Bao deserved better at the time, and I hope I can make it right now. Bao mentions that she kept her document about the people and clients that were affected. Was she talking about these clients? Bao wouldn't have known what really happened to their projects, but Nano did. I don't know, was she? Was she? I don't know. Were these in the document? You could easily tell us, but you're not for some reason. Okay. So, more, here we go. Okay.
Mimi forgave you when you didn't come to her concert, that you were planning with her for over half a year. I wonder if you knew how devastated she was. And how, in the middle of the year, when I was so depressed, and there were some days where I could not even bring myself to leave my bed. I still managed to fly 6 hours to New York to be there for her.
Good, okay. Bao saying I didn't come to Numi's concert that I was planning with her for over half a year was the only thing she lied about on her stream. What? I'm choosing to believe this was just a mistake in the heat of the moment and not a deliberate lie. There's a portion of this section below talking about Numi's concert where I'll talk about this again. We had a whole fucking Numi concert section, though. And Numi came away thinking you were a bitch. So, I don't know. I don't think she lied. Weird to call her a liar in her in her video, but okay. Alright.
I feel like at every single pivotal moment where you had the choice to be a good person and a good friend, you chose not to be. And no matter how many times me and our friends try to wrap our heads around it and try to make sense of it, we can't. We can't, because every single time we come to the realization that that's not what we would do if we cared.
What was at the end of it? No, there's still more. Damn. Hyperventilating. Breathe. You got this. I need one more sentence out of you. Just give me the question.
It's at some point, like, what are you even trying to one up? If you share.
No, that's where she ends her quote here. The only pivotal moments I can assume Bao was talking about here was Numi's concert that she just spoke about, and possibly when I didn't say anything about or after her model was canceled in August. Bao and the rest of my friends didn't understand because they didn't have the full story. I was never trying to one-up any of my friends, including Bao. Well, why didn't you speak up? Okay, but you didn't say anything about why didn't you speak up? You should probably apologize for not speaking up when her model was canceled, though. Come on now. Alright. Clicking. Come on, click.
Even then, if you're bound to be jealous. Get jealous as a content creator.
Sure, yeah, that's bound to happen, true.
But what you choose to do with that jealousy is what defines your character. You can either let it make you spiteful, or you can fuel it to forge your own success. Because when you're a streamer, yeah, you can share audiences with people, but at the end of the day, you are building your own community. You shouldn't focus on trying to take what other people have, because that's not how you get it. That's what they made for themselves. And it's like trying to fit a puzzle piece into a set where the piece does not fit anywhere into it because it belongs to a completely different other set.
This one's a long one. Like, I feel like it's inappropriate to speed her up. Like, I kind of want to speed her up, but I also feel it might be inappropriate to do so. I don't know. Yes, please.
I don't know. I feel like from I felt like from my point of view, they
What?
were so much more further ahead than me than I could even imagine, and
Mm-hmm. And what?
I kicked down a ladder that I feel like I initially gave you.
Real? Uh-oh. I feel like she's gonna have something to say about that. Oh no.
None of us would be where we are without each other.
We'll see. I don't know if she's gonna agree to that. Alright. Jealousy didn't fuel anything Red or I did. Yeah, it did. With Silver. Silver for sure, you were jealous. That involved jealousy, envy, maybe a little greed. Absolutely. You were mad that everyone kept comparing you to her. For some reason. Someone else was telling Bao that was the case. None of the evidence shows I or Red ever being jealous of anyone. Because we weren't. Liar. Big lie. And I think you were also jealous of Shylily a little bit. That's why you felt like she was a competitor. You were trying to compete because you guys were in a similar position and you didn't feel quite adequate. You didn't feel like you you felt a little bit like imposter syndrome, like you didn't belong in that position. So you were trying to meet Shylily's standards or what you viewed her as. Probably a little bit of envy there. I don't know what Bao's talking about when she implies I was taking over people's communities for myself. And I didn't kick the ladder down on her. In January, Red made a mistake that I didn't know about to stop it from happening. So again, Red did it, not me. Also, Red never had anything against you and never viewed you as competition, totally. Red just decided to target you by name specifically for seemingly no reason. Of course. I agree Bao was someone who was kind to a VTuber much smaller than her. Someone she had no obligation to show any kindness to. But she did. And so did the rest of my friends. And I'll always be thankful to them for it and everything they've done for me. Alright. Good closing there. The rest of it's stupid, but that's a good way to close it. Okay. This is one sentence. This is one sentence.
You could not have had this go on for so long and not know about it.
Is that it? Yeah, that was it. That was the one sentence. This wasn't going on, and not for as long as my friends were misled to believe by Nano. Any of the problems Red had with Bao only started in December 2024. If I were them, I could understand why it'd be unbelievable too. Bullshit, no. You've been manipulating this Nano artist since like 2023, sometime in 2023. And you also showed that, you know, Bao got her model canceled in 2024, and then another model canceled in 2025, and then there was an exclusivity deal in 2025 that was meant to exclude Bao by name. That's that's quite a while. That is quite a while. You can't claim like, no, it wasn't happening that long. Bullshit. She didn't when she said, you could not have had this go on for so long and not know about it. It's like, depends on how, like, what she views as so long and what you view as so long could be two different things, and you seem to be going with the uncharitable explanation. Anyway, alright, this is longer clip here.
I feel like I was tasked with an impossible choice. And I hated that I had to be in the position where it had to be me to say something or no one else would. And it's not about whether or not I'm right or wrong, but it's the fact that I didn't even want to be in this position to begin with. And I know that for so many people to be affected, that it was the right decision to do. But it really fucking sucks that I had to do it in the first place. And I feel like I've been given that impossible task so many times already in my career.
Mm-hmm. Very unfortunate.
If I don't say something, then no one else will. And if I had a choice to not do it, then I would take it. But I know that would be the wrong choice.
Facts. Just like Buff said, Bao had an impossible choice given to her by everyone involved. So you're again saying, oh, she was manipulated into saying this. She had no choice but to say this, right? That's your position? I believe Bao made the best choice with the information she had, the state of mind she was in, and for all the people she was thinking about when making it. I forgive her for what she chose to do. Fuck off. Fuck off. You're coming at this. This is why everyone thinks you're a bitch. Bao's over here sad and all this, and your position's not, I'm sorry, Bao. Your position is, I forgive you, Bao. Bao's like, you fucked me over. You treated me like an enemy. A competitor. You kicked the ladder down from under you. You sabotaged me. And your response is basically, I forgive you. Don't worry about, I forgive you. Fuck off. Fuck the audacity of this bitch. Shylily was right. The audacity of this bitch. What I don't understand is why the choice to make it anything public was left up to Bao. Why didn't they look to Nano to say something when all the evidence was from her DMs? It was, Nano did make it public though, you retard. You retard. If Bao decided not to go forward with it, Nano still would have done it. Shylily still would have done it. Sacramore probably still would have done it. Bao, it was voluntary, it was optional. But she felt it was the right choice. Was it Bao's responsibility to say something or no one else would? I don't know. Yeah, I think that part's not quite true. Or at least no one would speak out specifically for Bao's part. Although I guess they did include Bao they included Bao first in Nano's document. Maybe had Bao decided she didn't want to go public, they wouldn't have included the information about Bao in it. Maybe. I don't know. Why would they put that pressure on her in the state she was in? Well, okay, why would you do what you did to her, knowing the state she was in? Why is it okay for you to fuck her over? But when they're trying to get the word out, why can't they do it? Speculation. Nano could have said she wouldn't make anything public without Bao. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Nano knew her story was a lie. Oh, okay. Okay, the cope coming along. Nano knew her story was a lie all along and it couldn't stand on its own, so she wasn't going to say it unless it was backed up by Bao. Yeah, alright. Oh yeah, back again to the conspiracy of the master manipulator Nano, manipulating everyone with lies. Okay. Oh man, the cope. The cope is strong. Alright. Short one here.
I just wish my apology had any semblance of evidence that you even knew me as a person and not just someone that you had it to surpass. And when I read it, it felt like you did it.
Yep. Bao was never someone I felt I needed to surpass. Someone else must have convinced her that that was the case. Oh yeah, then why was she named specifically by name then? Red felt that way. Remember, Red is kind of a part of your team. You are Team Sinder. Whether you like it or not, you're Team Sinder, and Red is a part of that team. If Red does something fucked up, you are responsible. Stop trying to distance yourself. You can't... Like, you already tried to distance yourself with the original apology back in April 27th. However, with this document here, you've gone back on many of the things you said in that first document. First you distance yourself from Red after making him the scapegoat. Then in this document, you try to reverse things, saying, no, actually, hold on. He's not guilty of everything I said, but I'm also taking him back as manager. Like, I don't know how you expect anyone to not see you as a fucking idiot for doing this. It's so fucking dumb. I cared about Bao. Bao was my friend that I wasn't treating like a friend for too long. Oh, but earlier you were saying it wasn't that long, though. When she said it was going on for so long, you were like, oh, well, not as long as my friends were misled to believe by Nano. Nano lied to her to make it think it was long. Now here's you saying for so long you mistreated her. Weird. Can't even keep it consistent for a couple lines. Sorry I wasn't a better one for her when I needed to be. Alright, more speculation. Why did Shylily have to contact Bao for Nano? Maybe Shylily had a better relationship with Bao. Maybe. Nano, because as far as Bao knows, Nano is the artist that canceled on her twice. So wouldn't it be better for someone who may have a better relationship to talk to Bao? That's my guess. But alright, so Shylily encouraged Nano to bring her DMs to the people affected, including Bao, but Shylily was the one who ended up reaching out to Bao. Why? I don't think Nano could confront Bao herself. Nano only showed Shylily the select screenshots of what happened in her DMs with red over Bao's model. Or with red over Bao's model, not the full context. The full context doesn't exonerate him, though. The difference was that Shylily was already on her side after she told Nano she was being manipulated. If Nano went to Bao alone, Bao wouldn't have any of the pre-established context, meaning Nano would have to explain what happened to her model by itself. Bao would have obviously wanted to see all the messages of it happening, and Nano would have incriminated herself. Again, you're going with the Nano is the manipulator mastermind, pretending to be manipulated, but actually was the manipulator. See. Yeah, of course. That's definitely the most simplest answer, I'm sure. But if Shylily was the one to contact Bao for her, Shylily could explain Red's manipulation in the messages about it herself first. Then Nano wouldn't need to show the full context of the messages about Bao and her model because Shylily was vouching for her. She had to just nod along. Bao wouldn't have doubted Shylily's word. Why not? Why wouldn't she doubt Shylily's word? Is it because she has a better relationship with Shylily than Nano? Like I said earlier? That's a better reasoning for why Shylily would do it, not Nano. But so your explanation is maybe Shylily wanted to color her thoughts on this first before giving the Nano's story. Let her like poison the well in a sense. I don't know, maybe, but it's pretty far-fetched still to think Nano just lied about everything, and so Nano lied about everything, but at the same time was being led around by Shylily. So did Shylily manipulate Nano then? What are you trying? Like what you're saying or suggesting might have happened is so stupid and doesn't even make any sense. But all right, we'll continue. Speculation. Was Bao's model really canceled the second time? Was this a conspiracy too? Just to get you another conspiracy? Throughout this document, I've been writing under the assumption that Bao's model with Nano was canceled twice. First in August of 2024 and second in January 2025. Nano told Red in January that Bao's model was her on her commission list and went as far as to offer to cancel it a second time herself, eventually agreeing to do it in their deal. Right, yeah, we've seen all this. But Nano's document, which Shylily presumably wrote for her, yeah, that's speculation. You're presuming that. You're assuming that. You're putting that forth. But the information Nano gave her and Bao's document never mentioned her model ever being canceled another time after August 24th, or 2024. She said on stream that after her model was canceled the first time, it was shelved. So I shelved it, and I hoped maybe one day Nano would be free enough to take my commission. How do you know she's not talking about the 25 one? How do you know she's not talking about shelving the 2025 one? That's what it sounds like. Would she have shelved and waited for a model from a year ago or the one that just happened a couple months ago? Which one seems more likely that she's talking about? It seems much more likely she's talking about the commission that was happening like a month or so ago. Well, from the April 27th release. Unless Bao was lying, I don't believe her model was ever officially rescheduled with Nano after August 2024, meaning it couldn't. Okay, yeah, you put this under speculation, but this is retarded. Bao was secretly working with Nano, who was secretly working with Shylily, and they all collaborated and conspired to make me canceled. That's your go-to theory? What I think happened is that when Bao's model was canceled, she told Nano the above. Nano kept Bao's model on her commission list in something like an indefinite wait list, unbeknownst to Bao. When Red approached Nano about their exclusivity deal and brought up Bao's name, Nano said it was on her list, not telling him the context of it being there. After encouraging Red to explain his reasoning to her, she offered to cancel Bao's model forever in exchange for us paying for her own model's rigging, which she'd discount from our next commission with her. I guess it's possible, but Bao would have to say. We'd need to hear from Bao. How many commissions did you have? It's a simple question. Surely it's been answered, I would think. How many commissions did Bao have with Nano? Do we not have an answer to that? Why would Nano have been so quick to offer to cancel Bao's model a second time when she didn't have the courage to do it the first time? Because you've had longer to manipulate her. You've had longer to groom her into that position. Because Nano didn't have to cancel it this time. She never had to confront Bao because the model was never rescheduled. Nano knew she wasn't held accountable, or she wasn't accountable for Bao's model when she made Red the offer, but Red didn't know that. Nano's the master manipulator. Nano was the one manipulating Red. Oh my god, the tables have turned. To get what she wanted at Bao's expense, offering to cancel it for basically nothing. In making this deal, she just had to forever kick the model down the road, never making time for it, while Bao would forever cling onto the hope that she would. This is retarded. This is retarded speculation. I mean, I guess it's possible, but I feel like that's so fucking convoluted. That's so fucking unlikely that you're basically saying Nano is a mastermind. Nano is the mastermind manipulator. So far that she manipulated Red, even though Red made her anxious and she didn't really like dealing with him. Out of the messages I showed above, these were the only ones present in Nano's document. Okay. Nano never showed Bao, Shylily, and my friends the messages where she and Red were talking about Bao's model in January. She never showed when it was first up, and when, this is all still speculation, and when Nano offered to cancel it, or when they made their agreement. Nano lied to my friends, told them that they would never had to deal with Red, or she never made a deal with her. Sorry, that Nano never made a deal with Red, like it said in Nano's document. And they believed her, but never showed them it happening, and nothing happened to prove it did other than Nano's rigging getting paid for, including Bao's model never actually getting canceled a second time. No matter what Red said to Nano in that conversation, no one that was named in the agreed upon deal suffered any losses due to it before it was canceled. Okay. That doesn't make it any better. I don't think the people who were named like being named regardless. And also, this is all speculation on... You're claiming there was no second commission? Well, we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see what happens. Bao should be able to tell us if that's the case. Did Nano even want to make Bao's model more? Okay, Jesus Christ. Of course, you know, if you have commissions and you make money from them and someone's like, "Hey, you can make money and do less." Yeah, probably someone's gonna vie for the do less option. Probably. And now we go back to 20. Remember, this is not years, but here we are going back to 2023. Nano was excited to do Bao's model before there was a design for it. All that was known was it'd be a mommy model and it was planned for June 2024. Bao showed Red and I the finished design for this model at WeebCon in March 2024. Bao's model was planned for June 2024, but by the end of July, it hadn't been even started. Supposedly. Nano told Red she was considering canceling her model, and he encouraged her to do what she thought. She said she was considering canceling it, and he encouraged her to do what she thought was best. Keep the context is her canceling Bao's model, and he encouraged her. You can cope with this sentence ending, but this part is really what's true. Nano canceled Bao's model at the start of August 2024. Bao said on stream on 4/27 that her model was shelved after it was canceled. Okay, that's a year later. That's like almost a year later. When negotiating a deal with Red in January 2025, Nano offered to cancel Bao's model forever in exchange for paying for her model rigging that she'd discount from our next commission, essentially canceling it for nothing. When she canceled her deal with him about a month later because she wanted to work with Silvervale, she told Red she didn't care about Bao. Again, we're pulling the same screenshots. You got the same 5 out of context screenshots. Okay. Nano was excited to work with Bao in November 2023, but after the design was made, she didn't want to make the actual model for it. I'm not going to say that the design was out of respect for Bao's plans, but it's plausible that it could have been a factor. Nano canceled the model once without having to deal with the guilt of canceling the second time. She specifically, you're pretending like she didn't fear canceling a second time, but she specifically says, I don't want to cancel a second time. Where is that excerpt? Where's that screenshot where she specifically says, I don't want to cancel on Bao a second time? It only pops up when it's convenient for you? Red coming to her in January was just an outside excuse for her to never actually have to do it, while getting something she wanted out of it at the same time. Yep, master manipulator Nano. Doesn't sound like Nano wanted to make Bao's model no matter when or if she even made time for it. Do you know what Nano specifically said she did want to work on? Sinder stuff. Oh, gee, the person that's being alleged to be manipulated by Red and you to work on exclusively Sinder stuff is now under the delusion that, hey, Sinder stuff. Wow, that's shocking. All right. Wait, what? Shylily's response. Why is this here? What? Don't we have a Shylily? Oh, Shylily's section was up here somewhere. This should be in the Shylily section. I guess it's supposed to be a breakdown of her response. All right, so we're done with Bao stuff. Bao stuff is done. Back to Shylily, I guess. So Shylily's response to my apology, the one from 4/27. Shylily's reply to my apology is what canceled me. Really, it wasn't the other 5 fucking documents? With over 8 million views, it's full of false accusations made without showing any evidence and triggered language to turn people against me, painting me in as bad of a light as possible. The same way Nano's document was written, I'm willing to bet that most of the people just read Shylily's reply and nothing else. It's much easier to only read this than read my whole apology. And who wouldn't trust Shylily? Did you try and use that same tactic? Are you trying to use the same tactic to say, who's going to read a 1,000-page document? What fucking crazy-ass individual is going to read 1,000 pages? Right? Did you try and use that? I feel like you did. I've already read this. I've already read Shylily's post and Shylily's part, so we're not going to reread that again. The first thing Shylily did was completely discredit anything I said in my apology as unbelievable, claiming it was all manipulation and gaslighting. No one was going to question her. She's Shylily. Shylily was involved in everything from the start, convinced Nano she was being manipulated, organized my friends against me, and evidently wrote Nano's document for her. I thought Nano was the mastermind. Why is it now Shylily who's the mastermind? Okay, yes, I hurt Numi when I chose business over her concert, and I apologize, but I was still there at her show for her. I was a terrible friend to Bao. Should have talked to her instead of ignoring the problem with Red. I selfishly left Tricky behind in Japan when I wanted to make the most of my time there. I'm not innocent of hurting friends. Cool. All right, so you agree. The only message I ever sent to anyone about how I, quote, viewed Shylily behind her back was about how I looked up to her as a role model. And that once I became part owner of Gamer Subs, I felt pressured by no one other than myself to live up to the bar she set. This was what I said to Numi and when apologizing to her about her concert. And it wasn't a situation that was brought up by anyone before Shylily's reply to my already posted apology. And what? Red Said he thought we'd have to start considering her as competition. Yes. If she was going to treat me differently for seemingly no reason and was now working with our most valued artist. I didn't feel that way, and those weren't my words. Totally. Yeah, that you lied about not knowing stuff. You lied about not knowing certain things. Red said by your own admission. But we're going to believe you on specifically this one. No, I'm not going to do that. I didn't say I didn't know a single thing. Again, it's like, you didn't explicitly say exactly what I want you to say. So it's like not exactly true. I didn't know about the specifics of what happened in Red's conversation with Nano and a few other instances shown in the document. He summarized things to me, but didn't tell me everything and lied to me about. So then, is that why you're back together with him? Is that why he's still your manager, though? You keep blaming him for stuff, but it's like, okay, so what are the consequences? I didn't read his messages myself. I didn't question what he told me because I trusted him. The only thing I lied about not knowing was about Red talking to Nano about spite, and that was not to make. So you admit to lying, right? You admit to lying about knowing certain things that Red was talking about. So we gotta just assume you're lying. If you start saying, "Well, I didn't know this, I didn't know this, I didn't know," okay, this I did know, but I lied about. But I didn't know this, I didn't know. Like, we can't trust you. Shylily and my friends who corroborated that we operated as the same person did not have any idea how Red and I worked together at home. Right. Everyone else is wrong. You're right. Even the fact that we lived together. The same way that we didn't ever see us argue or knew that I cheated on him in the past. Yeah, hey, why should he trust you? Them blaming everything on me only works if it's to be believed we share every message, thought, and feel. No, it doesn't need to be. It just needs to be that you chose him to represent you. You trust him to represent you. He did something bad, therefore you are also responsible for the bad thing that happened. It's that simple. You cannot just naysay and be like, yeah, the person I chose to represent me did bad things to my friends, but it's all his fault, not me. Can't do that. You're complicit. You can be unknowingly complicit in a crime. You're aware, right? This isn't a crime, but you know what I'm saying. I don't know what Shylily thinks she's referring to. I've never slandered any of my friends. That's not true. Well, Red might have. What Red said in his own messages to Nano and Bao were his own opinions. Okay, so Red slandered them. As explained, Red didn't maliciously lie about anyone. Yeah, we're to believe that he's being genuine, but we can't believe anyone else is being genuine. You over here want to say, okay, you want to say the person you threw under the bus in your original apology, he's being genuine. But Nano, Shylily, Bao sometimes, all of them, and Silver, they're all being disingenuous. They're all bad faith. They're all just making shit up. They're all lying. They're all manipulators. They're all conspiring to bring you down to cancel you. One of those is a lot more believable than the other. And it doesn't make you look good. Shylily brings up what happened with Numi's concert, something I had no idea I was expected to address since it was already settled between us and wasn't related to any of the accusations made against me. I'm going to break this part down in pieces. Oh, great. Lovely. More text. Shylily didn't experience this. This was in a private conversation between Numi and I. She said this was in my own screenshotted words, but there was never any screenshots of any of this situation made public, but she chose to address it publicly. Okay. I did not proceed to throw Numi under the bus. I said this while I was apologizing to her for the decisions I made, ending with me trying to make my mistakes right by facing my fears and getting on stage or scheduling the collab I had with Shylily to be at her concert sooner. I did make it to their concert, and I was there to support her. That doesn't mean you didn't throw her under the bus slightly. Isn't Numi still mad at you? Shylily says months of continuous planning, but the first message of Numi trying to plan anything with me and Red was 2.5 weeks before I decided not to perform. Wait, what? No, that is not what you said earlier. You said earlier in your section about Numi's concert, I'm pretty sure you said Numi had been planning this for a long while, and she asked you to be a part of it, but you didn't know you didn't know she intended for you to perform. You were invited, but I think it was you didn't know you were intended to perform. 5 weeks before the show itself. I mean, that's plenty of time for you to have, I don't know, said something. There was nothing planned beyond me being on stage because of my own hesitancy. But yeah, you fucked up. Not even having songs picked out. Bao also said this was being planned for over half a year, which may be true for the concert itself, but not me being involved. They might have had you as an idea. They might have been planning for you to be invited. You fucked it up. You fumbled the ball about like the specifics though, and you're blaming it on them. It sounds like. I did choose business over a friend when it was between V-Card after my promotion to part owner and making it to Numi's concert. But I did feel bad about my decisions before I had ever heard it from Numi. Wow, we can definitely believe that. My tweet is evidence of it. So you put a tweet saying I feel bad? Wow, what a great friend you are. You didn't do this though. Like, you tweeted that you felt bad, but you didn't actually do anything about it. My tweet is evidence of that. I was wrong and I apologized to her. I was still at her show supporting her. Me canceling my performance had nothing to do with business and everything to do with my own fears. That's what you say. See, this is another example where this seems like a PR answer, potentially. Just like when they said, well, Nano's no longer working with you because of artist burnout. This feels like another PR answer, but they won't give Akira the benefit of that. Our collab had nothing to do with earning the bag. What? I had already earned plenty the day before on the actual launch day. It was about being responsible as part owner with Shylily, okay? If I wanted to compete with Shylily, then I wouldn't have asked to collab. What? Just to earn the bag and compete with me over the V-Card collab that you rescheduled to be on the exact date your friend needed you to be keep an important promise. How are you going to turn this around to be you're the good one here? Just accept that you did something wrong. What would I have wanted to share the screen with her? And why would I want to share the screen? Why I wanted the collab to work together so her card game was as big of a success as we could make it for the entire company. I rescheduled our collab on the day, oblivious to my friend's event, in my blind excitement for V-Card. As explained before, it was a mistake, and I made another mistake choosing it over going to the concert, but the collab was rescheduled after I had already pulled out of the performance. I agreed to be in the show, but I never made a promise to Numi I would perform, or that I would be there, and Numi even told Red it was okay if I didn't do either. Yeah, but you also didn't tell them you gave them not a lot of time to kind of fix things, I feel like. You gave them, like, really late notice, right? Sounds a lot worse on me for Shylily to claim that I did break a promise to a friend for money. Agreeing to do something and making a promise to a friend are very different connotations, especially when making claims to the public without any evidence. Look, she's not lying. She's presenting things that she genuinely believes, okay? This is her perspective. If Red can have a perspective, why can't Shylily? Okay. Shylily said I blamed her for missing an obligation I agreed to. No. What I agreed to was to perform. Wait, what? And I didn't perform because of my own reasons. Not going to the concert is what she's talking about, which, by Numi's own words, I wasn't obligated to go. But Numi also thinks you fucked up, right? I didn't lie to Numi, and I didn't blame Shylily, and the fact she thinks I did points out the importance she gives herself when it wasn't about her. She made my apology to Numi about her when it wasn't. I took accountability for what I did and apologized to my friend and still made it to her show after our collab. I mean, I know you made it to the show, but didn't she have a problem with your apology? I feel like I remember Numi talking about your apology afterwards and it not being good. When I made the decision not to go to Numi's concert, I told her I felt obligated to be around for V-Card's launch weekend as partial Gamer Subs owner now. My collab with Shylily was planned for that day, but even if it wasn't happening, my choice would have been the same. Okay, when I apologized to her, I told her I felt pressured to live up to what Shylily is for gamer subs and the VTuber community now that I had the same position. I wasn't blaming Shylily, it was about my new position as part owner. Shylily was the only example to follow in the footsteps of, and she set the bar I felt I needed to hold myself to for the company. I then told Numi that I made plans to collab with Shylily the day after VCard's launch day, and that I planned to be it as early and in the day as possible to make it to the show. I should have been more clear when I said that. I didn't really know how to tell Shylily no. As I explained in my VCard section of this document, this was not at all me blaming Shylily for the collab I planned with her, or that it was the reason I made the choice I did. Who are you blaming then? I said I shouldn't have thought to put a product launch over my friend's once-in-a-lifetime event. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's good if you think that. Because my decision wasn't solely about the collab with Shylily or trying to blame her for it. My decision was because VCard's launch. It was VCard's launch weekend. Yeah, project launch. Right. Okay, I myself only viewed one person as competition. It wasn't Shylily and it wasn't any of my friends. And yes, my friends have helped me along the way, some a lot more than others that I should have been more grateful towards. And we all grew together. But I don't owe every single thing I have to them, and I especially don't owe anything to Shylily. Her saying, "You're welcome, by the way," comes off as extremely narcissistic, as if she had any major impact on where I am and what I've accomplished, and expects credit for it. Is it possible she had some say in the fact that you became part owner of the GamerSubs? Like, if she's part owner, it's possible she had some say in you becoming part owner. No? Maybe that's what she's really saying, that "you're welcome, by the way" over. Other than the few collabs we had, most of which were on my stream, and a skeb she agreed to let me get, I have no idea what she could be talking about. As far as she said, she's always had a bad feeling about me, making it seem like a few things we did do together she begrudgingly agreed to in the first place. Now, this does cast into doubt what I just said. So I have a feeling this issue with Shylily and Sinder probably comes from the fact that Sinder was given a position equal to Shylily in the company, even though Shylily had been there longer. And then on top of that, Sinder fucked up and leaked info about the card game before it was supposed to be leaked, before it was supposed to be given out. And on top of that, the cherry on top is she got some of the information fucking wrong, misleading people. So one, you get appointed a position similar to Shylily. That already alone can give some jealousy, right? Two, you seem to be a major fuck up from day one. So I can see why she might already harbor some disagreement with you, some bad feelings about you. Yeah, it makes sense. Shylily purposely misconstrued my "it's just business" quote into something to attack me with, just like in Nano's document, in the context of the situation where this quote comes from. But how did they misconstrue it? You're not explaining how they construed it versus how it should be construed. Just give a quick, this is how they said it, this is how I said it. Why can't you do that? Don't just spam screenshots at me. Tell me why the way you used it is different from the way they used it. In the actual context of the situation where the quote comes from, I meant it to accept whatever decision Nano chose for herself, regardless of how I feel about it. Because in the end, it's just business. Yeah, but at the same time, you were insinuating you might work with someone else, though. In that same section, you were insinuating you might work with someone else. It's the same section where you were guilt-tripping her, I'm pretty sure. You were guilt-tripping her about not working with you, basically saying, "Oh, we might have to find someone else then. But if you decide to do it, well, it's just business." Come on now. If you actually read my apology, you'd see that I admitted to more than nothing like she claims here. You're wishy-washy, you take stuff back, you blame a lot of shit on Red, and then you take it back from Red, and then you keep Red on your team, and you're still with them. I don't know if you've admitted to stuff and then gone back on it. It really feels like. And then some of the stuff you admitted to, you confirm or some of the stuff you didn't admit to at some point in this document confirmed you lied about. you are so all over the place. There's not even like a big like direct apology for like, I don't know, because like there's like the list of things that you admit you did wrong. It's very small, it's very short, and it doesn't really encompass everything you did wrong. And then everything else you're extremely wishy-washy over, and then doing a no you defense. You're like, no you. Also, Nano is a master manipulator. Also, Shylily just had it out for me. Also, Bao doesn't know what she's talking about, and I am just a perfect little soul that everyone's lying about. What a weird defense. Again, if you actually read my apology, you'd see that I apologize and take accountability for the things that I did do. Right. Well, that's nothing then. So you basically took all the big things and shoved it on Red and then kicked them and then took them back. That sounds like scapegoating, doesn't it? Shylily is the only person who made the claim I was narcissistic, and given her actions before and after this, it seems like projection. This right here is you doing another no you. Why? Why are you so fucking uncreative? No, I'm not the narcissist. You are. Wow, fantastic. I'm sorry for everyone. Okay, so if Shylily handled everything, and what she did to me is what's supposed to be better than what I was to the Pyro Pups, then it's not my community. What? If how Shylily handled everything and what she did to me is what's supposed to be better than what I was to the Pyro Pups, then it's not my community I'd feel sorry for. What a weirdly phrased sentence. You're basically saying, I feel sorry for Shylily's community. Okay. Jesus, we got more. More clips. We're not even at the end of it. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Alright. Shylily's stream on 428. If it wasn't evident by her tweet, you'll see her on her stream that Shylily is not reliable or trustworthy narrator. She didn't hold back on her stream at all, telling her fans how she really felt about me. She went full mask off, convinced the public it was completely justified, mockingly saying it's all just business. Damn, get wrecked. Alright. So we'll see, let's see. It's Shrimply business. Oh shit. Hang on. This sounds good.
The business I should be doing with a $, yeah, but... Or maybe like a little knife. Sorry. This is going to be my way of coping with this. You're gonna have to just sit through this.
Why do we got like copyrighted music?
Have to sit through these very distasteful comments. Everything for the 5 gifted, thank you. It's Shrimply business.
It's Shrimply business. Anyway. Throughout her stream, Shylily justifies her petty jabs at me as her way of coping, just like her tweet. She continually makes fun of the phrase, it's just business. She was the one who purposely lied about what I meant by it, making it look bad on me. Wow. I'm not even gonna get... Petty. Petty. Fuck off. Fuck you. I'm not giving you that. And I'm not gonna listen to massive... I'm just gonna read them. I'm not gonna listen to massive sections here just for you to go, it's wrong. Fake lie. Fake lie. Fake lie. Fake lie. Come on. You want me to listen to all these just to go, petty. She lying. Petty. She lying. Fuck you. Jesus. People burning Sinder merch. She's not discouraging it, I guess. If I can't encourage you, you paid for it. You do what the fuck you want with it. But if I can't encourage you to do something, donate it. I see. Lily's rated and reacts exactly how you'd expect. I do want to see this.
Thank you, Double, of the usual much. Yeah, thank you so much for the raid. What up, little pups?
Ooh, was it the Power Pups?
I just want to say I have a very strong way of coping. I cope
Good
through
April
humor.
sucks. Love you, womp womp.
April sucks, doesn't it? I cope through humor. Strongly through humor. I cope very strongly through humor. This isn't everyone's cup
The
of tea,
absolute
and I
verbal
understand if it's
beatdown you
not,
gave in
but
that
you've been
tweet was
warned.
both professional and factual and just plain honest.
Mhm.
You ain't got to apologize for crashing out. It was
Apologize?
indeed
What?
called for. You deserve to feel how you didn't
Thank you.
bog us for
I think so
standing
too.
up for
And
your
I'm very
friendos.
glad people think the same, so I was
Oh,
very
oi, wonderful.
scared.
All right, well. Wait. Dislikes take up 20% now for those who can't see it. Push it harder? They're really trying to make this dislike thing happen? I don't... What? Goddamn, this bot aged so well. Shylily just casually cheesing one of the strongest items in the game. First thing? What the fuck? Oh, okay, they're talking about whatever she plays, I guess. Google Docky. So this is all from 5 days ago? Well, no, some of these comments are from 5 days ago, from when this document came out. But this was streamed 5 months ago, it looks like. Alright. Yeah, I'm not reading all that. I'm not reading all that. I'm not reading her taking little snippy comments about all her little snippy come on now. Be serious. Be for real. Talks about dodging collabs. Here's the first messages of the collabing planned. Okay. Lately, dipping out of collabs, they were both a part of the last minute. Shylily starts talking about dodging collabs. Here's what Red said. Oh, wait. Actually, this seems important. Hold on.
They were saying I dodged collabs with them. Collabs that had like 7 fucking other people in there. Collabs I was thrown into in a big ass group chat and simply said, sorry, can't do. Because I have something that day. One of them was a dentist thing. I didn't have it on that specific day, but I just didn't want to. The day after the dentist, I just simply didn't fucking want to.
Hmm.
And
Real.
the other one, yeah, I dodged. Yeah, I did.
But why?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
But why'd you do
One
it?
of them I did. Because at that one, I already knew.
At that point, you already knew.
And the other one, yes, I dodged. But you know what's weird? The one person that is the reason for me dodging is the one concerned as to why I'm dodging. What about the 6 other people who were just looking at me dodging and going, oh, okay, she's busy?
What about them?
It's kind of weird that the only person that has a reason to be weary was actually weary. What about the 6 other people that I also just left hanging, where I said, sorry, I'm busy?
So you're saying they're fine with it?
They just took it and they were like, okay, we'll just replace you with someone else. Cool.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, she said it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. It's not as big of a deal as it's being made out to be. Which, yeah, if they can just pick someone else, it's not. It really isn't that big of a deal. All right. One of her friends couldn't make the 3:15 date for the collab, and because we wanted to include everyone, the collab was rescheduled to 3:21. Shylily said she was free again. On stream, Shylily said she had something that day, she dodged the collab, and that it was dentist appointment. But then she says she didn't have an appointment of the day of the collab, but the day after the dentist, she didn't want the collab. I can understand not wanting to collab after a dentist appointment. That's understandable, I feel like. Well, here's Shylily tweet about her dentist appointment on 3/8, or from 3/8. That's not 3:15 or 3:21. I mean, I don't know what she's getting done, but sometimes you have to come back in. Sometimes you have to come back in. I don't know what she's getting done, but sometimes it's not all done in one appointment. It could have been this is the cleaning, and then she had the real appointment on 3:15. You know, there's things that could have been done. I don't know. We don't know. We don't have the fucking doctor notes. We don't know the fucking specifics. She hasn't, as far as I know, lied to the extent that you have, so I'll give her the benefit of the doubt. But then before anything else, Shylily said, and the other one, yeah, I dodged. Yeah, I did. Okay. Yeah, one of them I did because that one I already knew. The other one, yes, I dodged. She said she dodged one collab with the excuse that she already knew, and another collab just because. So what Red said about dodging collabs wasn't slander like she lied about. Sure. The other collab I believe she's referring to is this one that never happened from 327 that was shown in Shylyly's section. Okay. So if one collab was dodged and the other collab being planned on 327 was dodged, how could Lily use an excuse that she already knew what happened between Nano and Red from their conversation on 412? Yeah, I mean, okay. I fully believe she just doesn't like you. Like I said, based on you getting the gamer subs position, which what date was that? I don't remember, but based on you getting the gamer subs position, which was already like, you just suddenly got a position that was equal to her in the company, and she'd already been there for a while. I don't know how long, but she'd already been there for a while. That's enough to irk someone. Because it's like someone gets promoted and you're just there and they get equal to you now, even though you've been there longer. Yeah, that's enough to irk someone. This is what she said. But you know what's weird? The only person who's dodging is concerned about, yeah, what about the other people, right? Just replace with someone else? Cool, yeah. The only collab Shylily could be talking about was the Repo collab from 321. First, let me address the way she thinks. I was concerned and weary. The day of the collab, we were told Shylily wasn't going to make it because of the Bikini Bottoms collab she had that day. Because we rescheduled the collab once for another friend, I thought we were going to reschedule again for Shylily so we could play with all of us. That's all. So far, she's said this collab was dodged because of a dentist appointment. Then it was the day after the dentist appointment, so she didn't feel like it. Then it was because she already knew what happened over 2 weeks in the future somehow, when in reality it was because of Bikini Bottoms collab that day. But did she dodge because of the Bikini Bottoms that day? No. It's true that Shylily had Bikini Bottoms collab that day, but that was only at 2 p.m. Eastern. Our repo was at 11 a.m. Eastern. That lasted 3 hours, so Shylily could have made both, but maybe she didn't want to. Yeah, maybe she didn't want to stream that long. Well, Shylily started her stream at 11, just chatting for 3 hours until her Bikini Bottoms collab while the rest of us played repo without her. Ah, I see. Interesting. That kind of feels like an intentional snub, I suppose. But it could be she didn't feel like collabing if she's going to do, like, okay. Streaming, look, if I'm going to give her, again, the benefit of the doubt. Streaming and collabing are not the same. Like, yes, when you collab, you're streaming, but collabing can be, depending on the person, more, like, anxiety-inducing, more strenuous than just doing a solo stream. So maybe she's okay with solo streaming during that time, but she was not okay with doing 2 different collabs in that time. That's possible. She could have played with us, but she dodged. Why? I believe it was because Shylily had already had something against me unrelated to anything to do with Nano and didn't want to platform me on her stream. The one person that is the reason for me dodging is the one I'm concerned as to why I'm dodging. What? Oh, this is what Shylily said. Shylily dodged at least 2 collabs with me. Red did not lie to Nano. Shylily lied to everyone, saying it was slander. She admitted to it herself on stream. So anyways, I was accused of dodging, which somewhat... Oh, like, again. These are weirdly organized. Okay, the bold is what Shylily said. Alright. More fucking... Alright. More, Alright, well, I guess we'll just play this one. This one's a longer one.
Once. Anyways, I was accused of not acknowledging her when she rates. And like... Oh, sorry. You know when Buff rated me earlier? I'm sorry for not calling Buff's full government fucking name. Buff Pop of Twitch.tv, thank you so much for your raid and bringing your community from Buff Pop from Twitch.tv over here.
Snort.
Like, now I get to say it. When she raided, she is center fucking stage. I am pausing my sponsor to talk to her. Don't ever call me Rose Doodle. Like, I'm having a normal ass reaction to a raid, like I have with everyone. Oh, sorry, I didn't say of VTuber. Sorry, a Buff Pup from Twitch.tv of VTuber. There we go. My bad. Sorry. Can't make mistakes like that. I don't want to be a snake, you know? And he hates us, dude. Gotta get the full government name out there because apparently else people don't feel graced.
Yeah.
Otherwise people don't feel like they did a good job rating you. Like, damn, I'm sorry.
Alright. Next, Shylily talks about the times I rated her and made a petty joke out of it. Here, lately dipping out of collabs we're both part of last minute. I guess, yeah, okay. Here are the 2 raids to Shylily. She greeted the raiders, didn't say hi or thank you for the raid. Why? I think it's so bizarre. I don't know. I still think it's really strange. You didn't greet the raiders exactly how I want you to. Fuck off. Maybe I don't want you raiding my stream. Maybe I don't want you to raid. Maybe you raiding is like an encroachment into my stream. How about you fuck off? You don't feel entitled to my reaction because you raided me. Let's see how off-putting this is.
Die! Oh, hello.
Pyro Pups.
Ignore what you just saw. Okay. Ooh! Oh my goodness! Hello!
That's a good reaction.
Oh! Hello, Raiders! Hello, hello!
Hello, Raiders.
I am playing Berserker.
That's enough. That's enough for reaction already.
Kazan?
Yeah, that already is enough of a reaction. Come on now. She didn't say hi or thank you to me. Oh no, me. Oh no, she didn't make her stream about me. Fuck off. And another one. Let's see this one.
I'm actually not so excited to hang out tomorrow, cause like, you know how it is. Stuff just happens, and now I'm busy. But you know, if you bagged me, I guess I could maybe move things around. Who knows? Who knows? Oh, hello, Pyro Puppers.
Hello, Pyro Puppers.
Hi.
Hi.
You doing?
How you doing?
We're playing some Honkai Star Rail. We had a sponsor earlier.
Yeah, she's pausing her sponsor to talk to you.
We don't have a sponsor anymore. It's been like an hour since.
Oh.
I'm catching up in Honkai.
That's a fucking great reply. Fuck off. Just because she didn't say your name specifically, fuck off. Go fuck yourself, seriously. Yeah, okay. Petty shit. That's petty shit. You're calling her petty? You're a petty fucking catty bitch. Just as an example, here's how she would react to my ratings in the past. Alright, let's see. Okay, good. We got it. Thank you, actually, for this. Thank you. I'll say for the first time, thank you for giving me an example before. That's a good idea. Thank you. What does it sound like?
Sinder! Oh my goodness! Hello, Pyro Puppies! I am having a Subnautica marathon. It's not a subathon or anything. Like, I'm literally just playing until I finish the game. That's it. That's the whole point of the game. I just play until I'm done with the game. That's it. That's the whole premise. Nothing else. That's the whole idea. Nothing
Okay, well, so the difference was within... That was a difference of 4 months? Because this says it was 9 months ago. The other one said it was 5 months ago. So 4 month span difference in time, at least. And the only difference I could see, I think she still reacted with the same amount of gusto. But the only difference I could see is the mentioning of Cinder's name or not. Here she outright starts with Sinder, and then hey Pyro Pups. So in her previous reactions, or in the other ones we heard, she goes with, oh, Pyro Pups. You know, she still gives the same amount of enthusiasm for the Pyro Pups. She just doesn't mention Cinder's name, which I don't know. I think you don't get the. I still think you don't get to pick and choose. Fuck you. You don't get to pick and choose how you reacted to. If you have a problem with it, stop fucking rating that person. Like, why? Okay, you're not entitled to a reaction, like I said before. Here's one from last year.
But if you get good enough at this, you can ward off attacks from just about anything, and potentially even open up opportunities for counterattacks. Put all this together, and you come to understand what a house cat build truly is.
That's actually
A
so
house
sick.
cat
What
is
the
what
fuck?
you get when you fuse the deadliness of a snake with the energy of a
Thank
mammal.
you so much for the.
But why does this playstyle make for...
Hello, Cinder!
Oh shit.
Thank you for
That's a reaction.
the Thank
Yeah.
you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Hello, beautiful. I hope you had a beautiful, fine evening.
Damn.
What were you guys doing?
See that one? Okay, so we can see the degradation of their relationship, actually. Because this was 10 months ago. Then the other one 9 months ago. Little less over the top, but still saying Sinder. Then the one that was skipped forward 4 months. Those two that were skipped forward 4 months. And it was enthusiastic for the Pyro Pups, not enthusiastic for Sinder. So yeah, I mean, I could see why you think she was reacting differently. It does seem like she was reacting differently, but again, I don't think you're entitled to it. I don't think you should be entitled to her reaction. You can't, obviously you can use it as a gauge to whether or not you think she's treating you differently. Sure, why not? But I don't look at her down, like I don't look down on her for this whatsoever. Here are the messages she sent me after this raid. I in no way expected something like this every time I raided Shylily or anyone else. Okay, then why are you fucking bringing it up at all then? Thank you for the raid, Queen. Yeah. I mean, also, I don't know. Was it the first time you've ever raided her? Obviously, the earlier time in a relationship when you meet someone, it's a lot more exciting. And then as it goes on, after enough times, you're just like, yeah, thanks. Yeah, hey. You know, you're not as excited. You might still be thankful, but you're not as excited. Alright, more shit. Them saying I've been weird ever since the V card, which isn't true. They've literally done a collab ever since. We've talked ever since. I've contacted her for a technical issue. Sure, why not? It's just a bunch of stuff that makes me sound weird and competitive when, again, reflecting that one screenshot started it all, and that was from At The Point a few days ago. That one screenshot, that one, and I was like, that's fucked up, and I gave Nano the receipts of it's not true. I did say, oh, I did ghost her in a DM once. I didn't see the DM, but somehow before it's all over the place, but I don't care, honestly. My answer to that, I don't care. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not. It's not important. Shylily's motivation really is not important. Like, let's assume you're right. Let's assume you're right and Shylily had an axe to grind with you. Okay, does that make you a good person? Does that make you not do the things you did to everyone else? Does it? No, I don't think so. No. I don't think so. Petty. We got all this and it goes petty. So anyways, yes, I'm guilty of dodging collab because I simply didn't fucking feel like it. And yes, I am guilty of ghosting 2 messages where she says she asked for a collab, in which, by the way, she also only does when there is something business related, AFK drop, V card drop, any event, any debut, any announcement, any merch. Then I'm important. Then we can network. Shylily again admits to dodging a collab, this time settling on the didn't fucking feel like it excuse. Is that an excuse? That's a reason. That's a valid reason. Sometimes you just don't feel like doing something. Now she said she's guilty of ghosting 2 of my messages, not 1. Shylily claims I only asked for collabs when there's something business related involved, as if I was trying to make a profit off her presence. You kind of were. Come on now. Why can't you talk about being business focused earlier, your business mindset, you can't admit that maybe you did? You talk about how you're a bad friend choosing business over friendships, but you can't maybe admit that, yeah, you were kind of business focused. You literally say early in the document you had a problem with being too business focused. Look at the other times I asked a collab. Okay, I don't really care. I don't care. I don't really care about your axe to grind with like, maybe she has an axe to grind with you. Maybe you have the opposite. I don't know. I don't really care. Who cares? You and Shylily are at odds, just like you and Silver. You know what's the common component of this? You. My demon debut was on 7:15. This collab was on 8:30. Okay. More shit. All right. Taking no accountability, deflecting, narcissistic manipulation, all things Shylily projected onto me? No, you did these things, you fucking idiot. You fucking did these things. We've seen, like, we're how far into the fucking document? We are, like, there's only, like, I think, like, maybe 200 pages left. We went through 800 pages. You basically take virtually no accountability. You have been deflecting the entire document, and you do have this narcissistic manipulation where you keep acting like you're trying to manipulate the reader to be like, oh, well, is everyone else masterminding and conspiring to get me? I barely did anything wrong. It was everyone trying to get me. It's to the point where I feel like if Shylily was acting maliciously, I kind of feel like you deserved it. I kind of feel like you deserved it and had it coming. And that it's just business. I think that's what it kind of seems like. This is a huge one. Holy shit. I don't know. Well, there's so many. Jesus fuck. Oh my god. This is petty. This is the fucking epitome of petty. Alright, we'll listen to it. Sure. This is alright.
So we made a group chat. Like a few days later because Bao had surgery. So it took a while. We made a group chat. Can you imagine? That Giga Chad fucking whale comes out of surgery and has to deal with this.
Giga Chad Bao?
Group chat we used to expose everything. Not just, you know, from Nano's messages and having to deal with her manipulation. But we also came to realize that everything that happened to us individually those weren't isolated incidences where you're like, well, shit happens. Sometimes you do something that you regret. Sometimes you call your friend a bitch. Sometimes you throw a friend under the bus in the heat of the moment. Hopefully you regret doing that, but that's a different story. But we realized that it wasn't just a coincidence. It wasn't just one incident. It wasn't just a isolated incident. It was a year-long pattern. Everything connected. It was a pattern that consisted over years. That just kept going. Non-stop. You know? And that's when we knew.
She's gonna be like, it was not years. It was not years. Again.
And respect to my friends. We all decided after all of the receipts and obviously being very emotionally unstable to sleep over it for a night. Obviously, we were all ready for blood. We were like, what the fuck? No way. But we still decided to sleep a night over it. Give it one night. Let's sleep over it. One night.
Yeah.
The next day, once everyone was awake and had time to deal with their emotions, we all still knew this has to happen. Like, I'm sorry, but sleeping over this just made it so much more clear that this can't be. And this is where we noticed this isn't just to expose what she's done to us. This is to expose the fact that she is doing these things, and who. This is speculation. This complete speculation. But if that's the stuff that happens in this circle, what else could happen?
Right. Right.
A pattern is a pattern. You know? Again, speculation, but we were like... we would feel terrible knowing that she conducts business throughout the next couple years, hurting more people like this. Can't do. No. And turns out, turns out it was a bit bigger than just our group.
Yeah.
Google Docky.
Google Docky.
Turns out it was just a bit bigger than our group. And so, yeah. And we all knew she was gonna throw her manager under the bus. We all fucking knew. We all. When you look at the screenshots and you know her and you see the manipulation, the first fucking thing you know is she'll throw her manager under the bus. Everything went live, and you know what she's done?
Throw him under the bus.
The first thing they both did, they messaged Nano, going, Nano, please. You know what that absolute fucking Giga chat did? Her pussy's so fat, bro. Blocked.
What?
Blocked.
Blocked.
Her pussy's so fucking fat for that. Blocked.
Chad,
how fat
Nano.
is it? It's humongous.
What the fuck? Oh, she's drinking water. Okay, what the fuck is she doing? Alright. Obviously, we were all ready for blood. On her stream, Bao didn't sound like she was ready for blood. She was Shylily projecting that bloodlust onto everyone involved, so it didn't sound like she wasn't weird and problematic one. Or was Bao putting on a performance for the audience? Hard to say, because their job's kind of perform. VTubers are doing a performance. That's their job, no? You included. We still decided to sleep a night over it, give it one night. We all still knew this had to happen. With this limited misinformation they got from Nano. Oh, Nano's the mastermind again. Shylily, ready for blood, pushed things along, and my friends using their confirmation bias from a few other past experiences, they chose to cancel me over one night without counseling. Yeah. All your friends are wrong, but it's just you and your manager boyfriend. Just you two are right. Okay. This is all. There's too much talking and too much little. Actually, there's so little content actually in these messages. There's no new revelations from this, and it's just the same circling and looping, like defense mode. No proper apology from her before the crash. None. She's only sorry when she gets caught because she knows fucking with that friend that she fucked with will mean the end of her career. Because if you're not good standing with the person, you're not good standing with probably like 80% of the indies that matter to her. Because she is the glue that keeps them fucking together half the time. She wasn't sorry because she fucked over her friend's opportunities on a day that she said she'll be there. She was sorry she got caught in true narcissistic, selfish, egotistic fashion. She's sorry she got caught. Shylily is talking about Numi's concert here, but never shows anything about it. The quote she used in her reply to me was from my private conversation with Numi: "Pressure to live up to what Lily is." Shylily expected me to take public accountability for an already privated, settled situation, once again falsely claiming that I used her as an excuse. Alright, whatever. When asked why she couldn't handle this privately, Shylily said, "We did once. We did." She's talking about my private apology to Numi about a concert, which ended with me taking accountability, trying to make things right, and Numi forgiving me. They didn't handle anything privately before. Shylily, maybe, I mean, she's talking they collectively as everyone who released the document, I guess. Probably. I believe Shylily was the one pushing everyone not to handle any of this privately. Here are my final messages with Shylily, Nano, and Bao. Okay. Alright. What year? What is this? This is from March, it looks like. Alright. Just to make it clear, the person Shylily said you need to be in good standing with is Numi. She also said she was sorry she was caught in true narcissistic, selfish, egotistic fashion. She's sorry she got caught. Yeah. Yeah, I do think you are sorry you got caught. And that's kind of it. Because you got this weird defense mode that doesn't make sense. You keep blaming everyone else for what you did. You're doing the no you tactics. You're not holding any accountability except for some vague random shit. Like you'll admit accountability for some random vague shit. And then for everything else, you just always have some reason why it can't possibly be you. It's the entire group conspiring against you. But yeah, this is more just petty drama shit. Alright, I guess we'll watch this one. This one's 4 minutes long.
Still. Long story short, VTuber makes friends in VTuber space. Friends appreciate having a friend. Turns out they were never a friend. They never intended or wanted to be friends. It was never about friendship. It was always about climbing the career ladder.
Absolute business.
Set friend, let's call her Snake. Said friend sabotaged, backstabbed, and manipulated behind the scenes.
Shrimply business.
When everything came out, because of the first screenshot leaking, followed by more stuff leaking, everyone got together and realized, wow, we've been fucked for the last couple of years. Interesting. Anyways, fast forward, Google Docky. Fast forward, apology without a ukulele. And I kind of crashed out because how fucking dare you take zero accountability. All she had to do, you want a good apology for when you fuck up? VTubers, future streamers, write this shit down. You ever need an apology for when you actually fuck up? For when you are the bad bitch?
One, I think just don't apologize.
Just say, I'm fucking sorry I acted this way.
Yeah, just say, I did it, I'm sorry.
Has caused a lot of damage.
It's not hard.
Greed that got to me from growing too fast and being too filthy rich by riding on my friends' backs. Instead of seeing how grateful I was supposed to be for it, I saw him as nothing but an asset. I've been truly blinded by how absolutely malicious, vile, and toxic I've treated them behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Pretending to be a friend while separating business and sabotaging them.
That would have been better, yes.
I can never repair the damage I've caused. And I see now clearly what it truly means to lose everything that you were supposed to be grateful for. I'll take some time away and hope to better myself. I'll never be able to repair what I've broken. But I can try and come forward and be a better person.
Yeah, that's good. It's good
In
stuff.
hopes to have learned from this absolutely awful thing that I've done. To my most closest and most supportest, loving friends that are the sole reason I have this platform to begin with. Boom.
Boom. That's good. It's good stuff. I don't know if she means it, but I'm saying like, hey, that would have worked way better.
Boom. Just owe up to it. Take some accountability. Just be like, yeah, I've been a dick. Yeah, I've been a fucking ass. Yeah, I've been blinded. So blinded by my success and money. And greed for even more. The greed was unbearable. Yes, I'm terrible. Done.
Done.
Of course I wouldn't fucking believe her. What the fuck? Manipulator. Fucking course not. Obviously not.
But it would have worked better.
But it's the only way to set things right. You can't fix them. But it's the only way to set things right. And to maybe not be a fucking laughingstock for like the next half a year.
Yeah. Shylyly's summary of what happened is a complete lie. Then she presents how she thinks I should have apologized for the things that she decided I did, falsely framing me as greedy from growing too fast and being too filthy rich. This is coming from Shylily. Yeah, but you did. Yes, this is you. This is you not taking any accountability. You were greedy. You mentioned your whole business mindset bullshit. You fucking are greedy. You're business minded. You had an unhealthy compulsion to focus on business over friendship. And you said as such, but you won't admit it was ever greedy. You won't ever say it was because of greed. You were super into business, but not because of greed. Really weird way of going about things. But yeah, otherwise, I'm gonna skip some of this because otherwise we're just gonna keep watching. Like, we're just gonna be watching the whole stream because Sinder does not know how to fucking be concise about anything. She wants to respond to the whole fucking stream. Bruh. Petty. All right, moving on. Fuck you. Well, let's see what's the closer here. Throughout her whole stream, trashing me, Shylily avoided accountability, gave excuses, deflected. Why do you think Shylily should be the one? You think Shylily should be the one fucking apologizing? Fuck you. No, you fucked up. You fucked up. You had just released your apology. You are not entitled to an apology from Shylily. That's not how this works. You cannot. You're really trying your best for the Uno reverse card here. That's not how this works. So she avoided accountability, gave excuses, deflected, and made jokes out of the things she was doing while simultaneously admitting to everything she claimed was slander and manipulation that turned Nano against me in the first place. Shylily didn't care about the lies she was telling about me on stream. She won, celebrated my cancellation. She couldn't help but take a victory lap around my corpse. Says a lot about her narcissistic character. Accountability only mattered to her when it was the other way around. Hello? Who's talking here? You over here don't give a shit about accountability. I should have known better than to expect the Shylily to hold herself to the same standards as she did Snake, quote unquote. Shylily is the only one who was involved that has a highlight video of her streaming talking about me on her main YouTube channel. She was way more happy to profit off this and to broadcast her lies about me to her 1 million subs. Yeah, but did you fuck up or did you not? Is there things you legitimately should be apologizing for? Do you have things you legitimately should be taking account for? Accountability. If so, she's okay to gloat a little bit, okay? She's okay to do this. It's her stream. If she wants to do this, it's fine. Maybe she's going a little overboard, but you don't get to tell her how she reacts to your shit. Jesus. Alright. Wait, what the hell do the comments in yellow mean? Bro, what are the comments in yellow? More speculation. I've already speculated on this. I still think I'm right about it, but... What did Shylily have against me in the first place? Shylily lied about me on her stream, lied about me in her reply, lied about me to my friends, lied to Nano at the very start. The actions she said were slander, and she admitted to it on stream. Lovely Shylily had something against me before Red ever talked to Nano about her. According to her, as early as 3/21/25, when she dodged the repo collab, so what's her problem? The one person that is the reason for me dodging is the one concerned. Yeah, okay. Let's look at some of the things she said on her stream. Again! Jesus fucking Christ. Alright, I'm skipping all that. Shylily viewed me as a very greedy person, and that all of my actions were due to my alleged greed. She encouraged viewers to donate any and all of my merch, but didn't dissuade them from burning it either. Shylily also wants to make it seem like I begged to be in her position at GamerSubs as part owner, even begging her for it, as if I was jealous of her. You were jealous of her, though. You were, though. Not because I actually earned it, like she did. She seemed to have a very emotional outburst when talking about me calling myself the Charizard of V-Card. Did she? Hang on, let me look that up. Hold on. Charizard. Wait, Charizard gets mentioned much more than that? What the fuck? Alright, let's see what this is. I want to hear this emotional outburst.
I still find it funny that she called herself the Charizard of V-Card. Girl forgot Lily wasn't a Goldeen, she is a fucking Kyogre. There is no competition.
What?
God, that... Oh, when she said that, and when she tried to bring me onto... Okay, I know... When she sat there and she tried to make this thing with me, and we were doing a collab, and she was just like, oh, haha, the Charizard on Blast, Charizard V-Card doing the... Oh, like... How dare you sit there and pretend to be some Boggs legendary of something that you didn't create? Oh, disgusting.
Disgusting.
Trust me, we all cringed, but people sometimes get excited and they do cringe-worthy stuff. no reason to blow a fucking friendship over it or put them in spot or cancel them. It's just like, girl, that's cringe. Moving on, you know? Just like, girl, why you do this? That's cringe. Moving on.
Hey Lily, remember yesterday when I asked for the rest of the year to be...
That was not emotional. I'm not gonna say that. Nah, you're pushing that. Nah, you're making that up. She was not very emotional outburst. You're fucking lying. I'm not that her tone of voice barely changed. The closest thing you can say is she did the gag, you know. That's not an emotional outburst. Not that she'd know this, but for my debut anniversary on 6/25/25, I was supposed to be releasing a limited edition tub of Pyro Power with a promo V card, both with art drawn by Nanoless. Red Knife fought with gamer subs to make my promo card the same card across all purchases instead of having 1 in 10 chance